A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the famous play and novels by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
You certainly dawdle over your breakfast. What are we waiting for? Aren't you ever going to give me some sugar?
What for?
I might want to put some in my coffee, and then I might want to put some on a bird's tail.
That is salt.
Salt's just a city child's idea. Birds really like sugar.
On their tails?
Where else? Birds don't drink coffee.
How do you know?
The little bird told me.
I bet he didn't tell you the truth. I bet birds drink all kinds of coffee.
Your coffee, maybe.
I bet if we lived in the country, the birds would drink so much coffee there wouldn't be any left for us.
Birds don't drink coffee, I tell you. It keeps them awake.
Birds like to stay awake. They stay awake all night and sing and keep people from sleeping.
Birds sleep at night just like anyone else.
How do you know? Did you ever see one?
Well, everybody knows that. You don't have to see
I
one.
bet when we go to the country today, we won't see a single bird sleeping.
We won't see a single bird, period.
Aren't there any birds in Connecticut?
Not in January. They all go south.
Where exactly do they go?
Oh, south.
You said that, but where south?
Well, that all depends on the bird.
You don't know.
No, I don't know.
But all I can say is if the birds don't stay in Connecticut all winter long, I don't see why we should. Are birds so much better than us?
So much worse. They don't have a house like the one we're going to look at today, if you hurry.
Lots of birds have houses. Nice houses, too, and trees. David, wouldn't it be exciting to live in a tree?
It would be exciting. How would you like to live in a tree with a girl who even falls off of a stepladder? Every time I'd fly out to the office, I'd expect to come home to find you sitting under the tree with a nice big shiner.
Do birds get black eyes?
Oh, you would. There'd be a professor standing over you with a magnifying glass saying, My, what a rare species. This gentleman is the only black-eyed Claudia ever seen in Connecticut. Now, come on, finish your breakfast and quit stalling.
It must be nice to be a bird and live in a tree with someone you're in love with. All the big green leaves around us, and nobody down below could even tell we were there. You'd be all dressed up in red and blue feathers. We'd have nothing to do all day long but be together and sing.
That'd be all very pretty, wouldn't it? If you don't stop dreaming, we'll never get to the country.
Oh, won't we?
What happens when all the leaves begin to fall off the tree?
Well, then we go into the house.
That's just where we're going today. Into the house, if you'll get a move on.
But the house isn't a tree. Or is it, David? You didn't say for sure.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the house I saw is not a tree.
Oh,
It
well.
has a lot more disadvantages.
I know.
How do you know? You haven't even seen it.
But I know where it is. Oh, David, I've seen lots of houses, but I've never seen one that could make as much difference as this
Well,
one.
you just wait until you see it.
How long does it take to drive up?
A little over an hour.
That isn't bad, is it, David?
You wouldn't think that so near to New York you could find a place that would be such real country.
Oh. David, is it a very beautiful house?
I'm not going to say another word till you see it. I want you to see the house and have the house talk for itself.
You make it sound as if we're leaving right away.
As soon as I get back from the garage with the car. Are you ready?
I am. But what about Bluff?
We're taking him along. And if he knew we were going to the country, he'd be chewing your arm off for keeping him waiting.
And Shakespeare.
We're leaving Shakespeare with Mother, don't you remember? We arranged that last night.
I did, but I thought maybe you didn't. You going to get the car right now?
That I am.
You can't. You promised me last night that today you'd tell me what a mortgage is.
I'll tell you on the way to Connecticut.
David, that's mean. On the way to Connecticut, you're going to tell me all about the house, and I'm never going to know about the mortgage.
Mortgages are the one thing. The less you know about, the better. Goodbye. I'll be back with the car right away.
David! Goodbye!
Say, darling, the garage isn't in Siberia.
Oh, David. I was just thinking how sad it would be if we weren't coming back here.
Darling, please, wait till you see the house. Maybe you won't want to come back.
David, you like it so much, and I'm being terrible, but
Oh, you're so terrible that I am driven to kiss you. There.
I miss you. Hurry back. Where are you, Shakespeare? We've got to give you your breakfast before we take you to Mama's. Here, Shakespeare, 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 Shakespeare. Oh, there you are, darling. David's socks again. Now, you come in the kitchen and drink your milk while I do the dishes. Honestly, Shakespeare, why are cats so independent? You drink your milk now. We don't want Mama to think we're not feeding you, do we? David is back, Shakespeare. We're not going. I'm coming. Just wait till I dry off my hands.
Good morning, Mrs. Norton.
Why, Fritz, it's you.
Yeah, Mrs. Norton, it's Fritz.
Well, come in, Fritz. My, you're up early.
Ah, Mrs. Norton, 9 o'clock is not early. 6 o'clock for me. That is early.
6 o'clock. It's terrible to think that anybody has to get up at 6 o'clock.
When I was a boy, we lived on a farm. We get up at 4 o'clock.
On a farm, people get up at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, Mrs. Norton. The cows, they are up, so the people, they must get up too.
But 4 o'clock? I wish Mr. Norton were here to hear that.
Yes, so, Mrs. Norton. You have trouble with the radiator?
Radiator? Oh, no, it's very hot.
Does it make many noises, Mrs. Norton? The other tenants, they complain the radiators makes lots of noises in the morning. Wakes people up.
We never wake up.
Oh, so, that's nice. Well, if it don't bother you, Mrs. Norton, I take a look at the radiators. It's not good they make noises.
Oh, no, they don't bother me at all. Say, Fritz, do you mind if I tell Mr. Norton what you said about people on farms getting up at 4 o'clock?
Why should I mind?
Well, Mr. Norton wants us to live on a farm. But if he hears that, maybe he'll change his mind.
Live on a farm? But that is wonderful, Mrs. Norton. He should not change his mind.
But I thought you said...
Oh, on the other side, farms, they are one thing. But here in America, they are another. You should see the farm Lisa and Edward, they live on. Oh, in Bavaria, they would call it a palace. A baron would live in it.
But what about getting up in the morning? I know we wouldn't like that.
Now, Mrs. Norton, that is for peasants, like in Europe. Here in America, it all goes by machinery. Machinery to milk the cows, machinery to bring in the hay, machinery for plowing, everywhere machinery.
But I don't think this is the kind of farm Mr. Norton is taking me to.
No? Well, you've seen it, Mrs. Norton?
Oh, no, we haven't seen it, not yet. We're going to see it this morning, together.
Well, Mrs. Norton, you wait and see it. I know Mr. Norton. He is an American. Well, I do not say, Mrs. Norton, that machinery is better. Where is the machinery to bring down the rain from the heavens when you need it, or make the sun shine? But every other machine that Mr. Norton will have.
I'd like to see that.
And you will see it, Mrs. Norton. And you will like living there also.
But I like living here, Fritz. So please don't shoo us away. It's David. Don't bang the door down. I'll be there in a second. And I'm almost ready. David! Oh, it's you, Mama.
I'm your mother, too. I thought I was only the cat sitter.
We were going to bring the cat over to you, Mama.
You can't expect me to sit home all morning waiting for a cat to come calling. Well, I've got other things to do. Hello, Fritz.
Good morning, Mrs. Brown. Well, I'm just going.
Fritz and I were just talking about farms, Mama. Fritz lived on a farm.
Did you, Fritz?
Oh, but that was in Europe. Here, farms, they are different.
Fritz thinks a farm is a wonderful place to live. And he's sure that the one David likes will have all kinds of machinery on it and things.
Well, from what David said last night, I'm not sure that I...
Oh, and Julia called, and when I told her about it, she said there's some very beautiful farms around Eastbrook.
I never think of Julia as exactly a milkmaid. How does she know?
Oh, Nancy Riddle, who's a good friend of hers, lives up near there. Julia says she has a wonderful place.
I don't doubt it. The Riddles always do.
I bet that's just what David's farm is like. Great big place with a long drive going up to it with trees on both sides.
David didn't say anything about a long drive last night.
Oh, you know David, Mommy. He's trying to surprise me. It's like bluff.
David didn't sound to me as though he were doing any teasing. He sounded far too excited.
Oh, Mama, now don't be silly. I know just what the house is going to look like. It has white fences all around it. I've always loved those white fences.
The fact that you love them is hardly a proof that they're going to be all around your house.
David loves them, too.
How do you know that?
He must, because I do.
If he knows you do, Mrs. Norton, of course he does. Now, if you excuse me, I go downstairs to see about the radiator there.
Oh, Fritz, you mustn't go yet. You've got to tell Mom all about the machinery.
What machinery?
Well, the machinery on the farm, of course. They're machines for milking and plowing and bringing down rain and waking the cows up and all sorts of things.
But Fritz hasn't been there.
Of course he hasn't been there, but he knows all about the machinery on farms.
No, I do not know about it, Mrs. Norton. I mean, I was an old-fashioned farmer. I believe in the machines that God made, my hands. But for the young people, it's not the same.
I don't think it's going to be like living on a farm at all.
If Fritz is right about all the wheels going around, it's going to be like living inside a watch.
And it has window boxes with ivy. Don't you like ivy against a white wall? And a fine big door with a white porch thing over it. Don't you remember David talking about the door?
I remember him talking about the door. I also remember a movie called Gone with the Wind, which you and I saw together.
You mean you think the farm is going to look like Tara?
I mean that you think it is.
I know it is.
But that was the South, Claudia, and this is Connecticut. That was a mansion, and this is a salt box.
What's wrong with salt boxes? Don't you remember David saying there was a valid appellation for a... You remember what he said?
I remember, better than you do.
Besides, David likes it.
I know he does, and it won't be polite if you're too disappointed.
How can I possibly be disappointed when I know what it's like? Oh, Mom, I'm just busting with curiosity to see it right now.
Not a soul could guess from seeing your face.
But, Mama, what'll I do when I see it? I don't want to leave here.
Well, you are leaving here in about 2 minutes, and you better not keep David waiting.
Say I won't. I'm going to put my coat on right now. I'm going to wear the tweed one for the country.
You better wear the beaver one for the cold. And don't put it on yet. You'll only get overheated.
David will be here any minute.
Well, Mrs. Norton, I think I go now, and I hope you like the farm.
I'm going to love it, I think. That is David. I wonder what's been keeping him. David?
Hello. Hello, Mother. Hello, Fritz.
Hello.
Hello, it's a convention.
David, you've been such a long time. I've been dying of impatience.
You have, eh? When I left, you could hardly drag yourself away from the table. What's happened?
Fritz and Julia and Mama have been telling me what the farm is going to be like. And, David, I can hardly wait to see it.
Well, come on, darling, because neither can I.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. You may hear complaints from Junior when you ask him to do some chores, but ask him to carry a case of Coca-Cola in from the car, and he'll hop out there like a flash. Why not? He can pour himself a bottle of Coke as reward when he's through. And you'll probably find him on the phone soon after, inviting the gang over. There are good times ahead for the whole family when there's plenty of Coke in the refrigerator. Why not pick up a case tomorrow? Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir. And remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. For Ironized Yeast tonight, a story of that still small voice which civilized men call conscience. But first, Frank Martin.
The way you feel, that can make all the difference in your life. If you're run down, losing weight, feel tired too much of the time, and if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's to blame, listen. Ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances, vitamin B1 with iron. Men and women who were short of them now tell how these pleasant little tablets help them regain glorious pep and energy and needed pounds. So today they can really enjoy living again. Folks, did you get that name? It's Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, Lights Out, Everybody.
Keep moving along, ladies and gentlemen. Keep moving. There ain't no loitering here. Keep moving.
Hey, officer, what's going on in the hall? What's the bloomin' attraction?
Read the signs, my man. Read the signs.
Eh? Oh. The great Peter Stransky, world-famous explorer, appearing in person in lecture on headhunters of the Amazon. Go, Brian.
Move along, fella. Move
Oh,
along.
no, officer. Will you tell a bloke what that headhunting is referring to? Who's on tonight?
Now, look here. You're obstructing traffic. It's lecturing, the man is. Lecturing on these heathen tribes that hunt their neighbors' heads. Now, move along, man. Move along, or I'll take you in.
Ladies and gentlemen, now you know the story of these strange motion pictures I have shown you this evening. For the first time in history, motion pictures taken of the lower Brazilian region. Someday soon I hope to return to Brazil and bring back more cinematic records of the customs of these almost legendary savages, including actual specimens of heads and bodies taken and preserved in their bloodthirsty wars. When that day comes, I hope you will be as kind to me as you have been this evening. And so, good night until we meet again.
Excellent lecture, Stransky. Excellent.
Yes, it went very well indeed.
Complete sellout. That headhunting theme meant excellent publicity in all the papers, you know.
Yes, of course. Now, if you'll pardon me, my wife...
Oh, but my dear Stransky, autograph.
They paid to listen to my lecturing and see my motion pictures, not to get my autograph. I'm sorry, my wife, she will be waiting, and I...
Come, don't worry about her. She's well taken care of.
Eh? What are you talking about?
I just passed her backstage, and she had a handsome young gentleman having quite a tete-a-tete, don't you know?
You will pardon me.
Oh, come now, Ellen, you must do it.
Oh, but John, that's ridiculous. Who ever heard of such a silly thing?
I did, and that's why I'm telling it to you.
Well, I won't listen to another word. I really won't.
Oh, yes, you will.
No, I won't.
If I might be so bold as to interrupt.
Oh, Peter, it's you.
I'm sorry to interrupt your most interesting conversation, my dear wife, but we must go.
But, Peter, we...
Come, I said. The automobile is waiting.
But I'd... Very well, Peter. Good night, John.
Good night, Ellen.
Come. Get into the car, Ellen.
Why don't you say something, Peter?
Yes. Yes, I will say something. This. Well, why don't you speak? Why don't you cry?
I wouldn't give you the satisfaction.
So, you save your tears for him, too. Say something.
I'm leaving you, Peter.
Leaving me? What are you talking about?
I spoke clearly enough. I'm leaving you.
Don't be a fool.
I'm trying not to be. That's why I'm leaving you. I should have done it a long time ago.
You'll go to him.
No, I'm going to divorce you first, Peter.
Divorce?
I won't have any difficulty about that, I'm sure.
No. Never a divorce for me, never.
You'll have no choice. Please stop the car.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Ellen?
I'm sorry for you, Peter.
No. I'm sorry for you. And him. Well, come in, Ellen. Come in. And you too, young man.
What do you want of us, Peter?
It was very kind of you two to come here and join me tonight.
You said it was important, Strensky. What is it?
Oh, have a chair. Sit down. There is no hurry.
Well, John and I, we're on our way to the theater. If you don't mind, Peter, tell us what you want.
I want little. We have come to what the novelist would call the parting of the ways. As civilized human beings, we sit down. I, the husband, you, the wife, and you, young man, the, shall I say, favored one, to discuss our welfare.
I'm sorry it worked out this way, Peter.
It is life. Perhaps the fault was largely mine. I was not a very good husband.
You're acting very decently about all this, Mr. Strinsky. All I can say is I love Ellen very much.
And you love him, Ellen?
Yes, Peter.
If we could arrange matters quickly, I mean the divorce and all that sort of thing.
Of course. I just said we are together like civilized human beings. And now, if you will excuse me, I will close the door. The servant, you know.
He's acting surprisingly well about it all, Ellen.
I'm not so sure, John.
So, now what I have to say, I say in complete privacy.
Peter, just why did you want John and me here?
Yes. We should come to the point. You and I, Ellen, I suppose there is no use talking about us anymore. Is there?
No.
So, all right, I will be a gentleman. I will withdraw as gracefully as my clumsy self will permit. First, then, we will sign the papers.
Papers?
I want you to waive dour rights.
Oh, just as you wish.
Excellent. So here is the legal form as drawn up by my solicitor. I assure you it's quite in order. You will sign first, young man.
Me?
Yes, as a witness, you understand?
Oh, very well. My pen.
No. Use this one, please. Here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, John, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Just a scratch. The pen point.
Oh, I'm so clumsy.
John,
Oh, it's nothing, really. See, the pen point hardly broke the skin.
Yes, but it did break the skin.
Oh, yes, John. You see a drop of blood.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Just a scratch. Unimportant.
Why did you laugh like that, Peter?
He said unimportant, and yet it is the most important scratch your young man has ever known.
How's that?
What do you mean, Peter? What's wrong?
You feel something, John?
What?
A constriction between the eyes, perhaps,
Peter.
or maybe a strange pounding of the heart.
Peter,
Or
what have you done?
perhaps, John, your vision blurs. You hear strange sounds in your ears. A great lover?
Peter, answer me. What have you done? John, are you all right? Tell me, are you all right?
I don't know. My head is so strange. I
John, what
think
is
I'll
it?
sit down.
Peter, what's wrong with him? What's wrong? John, what do your lips...
You cannot speak, can you, John? If you open your mouth, the words will be your last. A great lover?
Peter, tell me. Tell me, have you done something to him? Have you? John, look at me, darling. Speak to me. Tell me what's the matter.
Yes.
John.
Yes, speak, John.
Ellen,
John! Peter, help me. He's fallen. Peter, help me. Help me.
Help you?
But, John, look at him. Look at him. He's ill. Dying. Doctor, get a doctor.
Not a doctor, my little wife. Doctors cannot restore even great lovers after the poison of Baracata has entered the veins.
Poison. That pen. That scratch.
Ellen, you must... So, the thought of your lover's death draws the blood from your head and you faint, eh, my little wife? When you awaken, you will wish that you died with him. You are awake again.
My arm.
You are bound in a chair. It is most discourteous of me, I know, but then, as you may remember, I always was a barbarian.
John.
You will keep your voice down.
John. You've got to tell me. Where is he? Why am I down here? John's not dead. He can't be dead. There on that table, under the sheet. Not John.
Yes, John.
John, you've killed him. Let me loose. Let me go to him.
Stop that.
John.
Stop making that noise, you mad woman. Stop it. Stop it, I say. All right, I'll stop you then. I'll stop you. All right. There, my little wife. Scream, yell, rave all you want. This gag over your mouth serves its purpose well. Go on. Go on. You amuse me. So, now you have discovered it is useless to talk to the gag, eh, Ellen? It is such a waste of effort, is it not? So now that you are silent, I can go on with my work. Most important work. Yes, you were right about what was on this table here. See? I throw off the sheet. And he was such a handsome man. Well, I must get to work. You no longer try to speak, my little Ellen. Does the sight of these beautiful surgical instruments frighten you? They need not. They're not for you. They are for John. Yes, he is dead. Dead. The poison too quickly, but do you think I would let him rest in death? Oh, no. I loved you, Ellen. And as I loved you, I hate you. Watch closely. What? I'm sorry, I cannot understand you. Oh, you ask me what I'm going to do. The knives, sharp knives, you see them? No, they are not to dismember your precious John. Flesh buried, decays, and is gone. I want your dear John with me for a long time. Again, you ask the question. I'm trying so hard to explain. He's dead, and he will be dead. But in his death, he will serve a purpose. You remember I told you my savage Brazilian friends, the Javaros, have a quaint custom of shrinking and preserving the bodies of their enemies. Well, I studied their methods most carefully. John Douglas was my enemy. Here he lies. And I will do with him as the Javaros do with their enemies. So, now you understand. When I'm through with him, your lover will be a little leathery-skinned man, a doll-like in size, a trophy for my trophy room. Who will suspect that in that little leathery doll-like figure is the body of an Englishman? And so he will amuse me in his death. Yes. And you will sit there, my little wife. You will sit in that chair for the many days it will take me to prepare the carcass. You will sit and watch me day after day as with smoke and with heat I make the strong body of your lover smaller and smaller. You will sit there.
Ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath, please, before we go on with this story of a jealous husband and the strange and terrible revenge he took against his wife and the man she loved. Yes, before we go on with tonight's lights-out story, a moment for relaxation and a return to the realities of today. The place is a shipyard, and a worker is saying,
I quit my desk job because I wanted to help build ships to win the war, but I'm afraid I can't keep on. I'm losing weight. I'm so restless I lay awake most of last night again. I feel so tired out so often when I know I shouldn't. I hardly know what to do.
Do? Why, find the cause of your trouble. And if it's a deficiency of vitamin B1 and iron, get ironized yeast tablets.
Vitamin B1 and iron? Ionized yeast tablets? I don't understand.
You see, you're working harder now, so naturally you need more strength and energy. But when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need, and so lose weight and strength. And without enough iron, you may be weak and pale and too often feel all in. But ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances, vitamin B1 with iron.
Maybe I better try ironized yeast tablets.
By all means do if you're deficient in vitamin B1 and iron. Ironized yeast tablets have greatly helped many, many others with these deficiencies. See if they're not of equal benefit to you. See if before long you, too, aren't saying,
Since I've been feeling so much better, I sleep like a baby. That tired-out feeling is gone. I'm sure glad I tried ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to our lights-out story of the little people.
Fire is warm. Hell, warm, so very warm. The air filled with smoke. Dry, swirling smoke. See how it coils around him. At first, how often you cried out when I talked like this, but now you are silent. Weeks. How many weeks has it been? 4, 5, 6? Used to take my savage friends 10 weeks to dry and cure the bodies of their enemies. 10 weeks. And I have done it in 5. Look at him. 6 foot strong and broad he was, but now a doll in size, a small brown doll. Oh, what weary days they've been, filling the body full of sand and slowly turning in the smoke and the heat, not too quickly, not too slowly, not too close to the flames. And now, the man that was John Douglas, a doll, a brown doll of death. The flames are noisy. Noisy as you are silent, little Ellen. You are... Oh, I hadn't noticed. Your eyes are closed. Wake up. Wake up! Wake up, I say. You've got to look at him. Your eyes have got to see him. You've got to see him. You're speaking. I cannot understand you. The gag, yes, I will take it off. Sitting there all these weeks, you haven't got the strength. There, that does it. Your lips are free. Well, look at him, Ellen. Look at him and tell me what you think of John Douglas now.
Smoke twisting and twisting around him. Smoke is taking him. Where's he gone?
Ellen!
Where's he gone?
Ellen!
Smoke. I'll go to him in the smoke. He's waiting.
Ellen, stop. Stop, you hear? Understand? You must understand.
Smoke, he will wait for me.
Smoke. What are you raving about?
Yes, smoke. See how it curls around him.
No.
He's waiting.
No, stop talking like that. Stop talking like that, I say.
He's waiting.
The knife. Where is the knife? I'll stop you. No. Ellen, all right. Dead. Up on the table with you. I must prepare you, Ellen, for the smoke and the fire. It took me 5 weeks with him, and now 5 more weeks with you. And then you will be as he is, brown with the smoke of the curing fire. A little doll in size.
The Kayans, the Borneo, and the Celebes are not the only savage tribes which indulged in this most curious pastime of collecting human heads as trophies.
Let's get out of here, Mamie. Why, the man's as dry as dust. Oh, but who cares about headhunting men and the likes of that? Let's get out of here and go to a cinema. Quiet. All right.
And they went raiding and killing their enemies, generally in nocturnal surprises. These savages severed the heads of the dead and returned with them to their villages. Members of the tribe believe their rank in the next world depends upon the number of heads secured. But, unquestionably, the most curious custom is found among the Yavaros of South America, who not only sever the heads of their enemies, but also are known to shrink the bodies of the dead until they are small, almost doll-like in size. These bodies are kept in the large huts and treasured highly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a surprise for you. In my recent trip to South America and my visit to the Yavaros, at great personal risk, I was able to procure 2 of the macabre specimens. Yes, I have here in this trunk the shrunken bodies of 2 full-sized human beings. That is, at one time they were full-size, but now they are the size of large dolls. A man and a woman, ladies and gentlemen, perfectly preserved. The only specimens of their kind in existence outside of the Salisbury jungles. Never before have they been seen or displayed upon the lecture platform. But tonight I am going to show them to you. And
now you make your public debut, my 2 beauties. Ellen and John,
The new sensation of the lecture stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if you please. If you please. Presenting two perfect specimens, the only ones of their kind, of the secret process which enables the savages of the jungles of South America to reduce their enemies to doll-like size. Here we have a living man, about 6 foot in size during his lifetime, now reduced to midget size. And likewise, here a woman, once a living, breathing individual like you and you and you, now this horrible trophy of the curer's art. You see, Ellen and John, they like you. You are a success. A huge success. You're talking. You... No. No, you cannot talk. Dad, you cannot talk. No. You cannot talk. You're dead. You're walking. You're dead. Stop talking. Stop. Stop.
Sure, Captain, it's a strange passenger we got aboard this time, I must say.
Oh, you mean Strensky? Aye, strange he is, mate.
But what's he running away from, sir?
Oh, sure, mate, that ain't a proper question to be asking of a man when he lays as many pound notes on the table as that man did for this passage. Get me out of England tonight, he said. And get him out of England I did.
Now, could he be one of them embezzlers?
Oh, aye, that he might. The trunk he was carrying, well, he wouldn't let any of the men lay a hand on it. He brought it down to the cabin himself.
I'd like to get a look in it.
Aye, and so would I. But he stays in that cabin of his all the time. He's down there now, and I'll bet he's looking in that trunk this very...
The cabin door is locked. No one can come in when the door is locked. It's going to stay locked until we get there. South America, they won't get me there. No one will get me there. Why did I run away? What's the matter with me? No one hurt them but I. No one in that audience but I. They're in that trunk there. The two of them. Why don't I find out now if no one hurt them but I? Why don't I? For sure. Yes, I must. No, they couldn't have talked, not they. The two of you lying there. You didn't talk, did you? No. No, of course you didn't. You're dead. You're more than dead. Hollow flesh shrunk by the smoke of heat until you're smoky little dolls. Ellen and John, I'm free of you forever. Forever. You. Ellen. Thing that was Ellen. Why don't you say something? Again. I heard you again, the two of you. I heard you. No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, you little things. You can't speak. Your dad burned in the flames. Stop it. All right, I'll stop you. I'll stop you. Into the sea. I'll throw you into the sea. Come, you and you. I've got you in my hands. I'll throw you into the sea. First you, Ellen. Into the water. There. And now you, John. Into the sea. The sea will stop that tongue of yours. There. Now I'm through with you. Through with you. The water will stop your mouths. It stopped it. I'm free of you forever. The two of you forever. Huh?
What's the matter? What's the matter?
The matter? Oh, what do you mean, Captain? Nothing's the matter.
Oh, I thought I saw you throw something in the water. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Oh, just some old things. Yes, that's it. Some old things I didn't want.
Oh, I see. Well, as long as everything's all right.
Yes. Everything's all right. No.
It's a weird night, isn't it?
Weird? Why do you say that, man?
Yeah, it's so dark. No moon, not a star in the sky. It's like we were sailing at the black of a tomb without even candlelight to lead us. You know, if I was a superstitious... What in the devil's name is that?
What? What are you talking about?
There. To starboard, see? 2 lights. Take it, what lights are those?
They're coming closer.
Starship lights? No, that can't be. Why, I've sailed these waters for 15 years.
It's they.
What?
The two of them, their faces, see them gleaming faces. Ellen, John, get back. Back to the water. I threw you in. Back.
Trensky, what's come over you?
Back.
Stop leaning over the rail. You'll fall in, man. Look out!
Help! I fell in. Help me! Here! I'm here! Save me! Save me!
Yes, I'll stay afloat. They'll save me. I won't die. I won't. They'll save me.
No, Peter.
Huh?
Take his other arm, Evan. I have his leg.
No. Let go of me. Let go.
Come, Suspense.
Join us.
No. Stop. Ellen, John, the two of you, stop. You're pulling me under. Drowning me. Drowning me.
Well, Mr. Oboler?
Well, Mr. Martin, what are you looking for tonight? Rationalization, morals? For, of course, the moral of tonight's story is a healthy and a hopeful one. That evil is its own undoing. That reminds me, Frank, outside of Hitler, Hirohito and Company, have you a nomination for the evilest man of the year?
Well, leaving Hitler and his fang-toothed friend out of it sort of restricts me, doesn't it?
No, because anyone who thinks that evil is impersonated only by the militarist is quite naive. But you have your say, and then I'll have mine.
Do people say you're slipping, that you can't take it anymore? Well, if you're short on vitamin B1 and iron, if that's why you're losing your pep and sparkle, remember, ironized yeast tablets supply both vital substances. Of course, a rundown condition may be due to other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, get ironized yeast tablets right away. They've been of great help in scores of such cases. In fact, ironized yeast has been so successful that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to feel better, and so sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what about this Mr. Evil of 1943?
Well, I'd like to tell you about the evil now. I feel like it, but I'm going to tell about him in a play called Murder Castle. Yes, Mr. Evil of 1943. It takes place, as usual, at a time called next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, Murder Castle. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
Later than you think.
Friends, those white shoes you now own are not going to be easy to replace. So give them the best of care. Clean them with Energine Shoe White. It's made only with the very whitest pigment. And that amazingly white pigment is thoroughly mixed into every particle of every drop of Energine Shoe White. So it goes on smoothly and dries quickly to a really white. Keep your white shoes looking better longer. Buy Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Spilter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
The young woman's face
It was so deathly a pallor, one would think she was no longer alive, were it not for the labored breathing and the occasional moan as she stirs as if to shake the beads of perspiration from her fevered brow. At the bedside are two men. One is clutching a stethoscope. The other gazes at his companion with questioning eyes and says,
Anne, she looks so pitiful, Doctor. Is she going to be all right?
Your wife will be all right now, Mr. King. Her fever is an encouraging sign. It means that she reacted well to the drug. She'll sleep for some hours.
Sleep. Sleep. I want them to think that. I don't want their questions. The why. How can I answer and retain that little bit of sanity I have left? The doctor's right. I'm beginning to sink into a blissful cloud of nothingness. Please let it blot everything out. Everything. Let me forget it all. Even the first day when we were so happy.
Well, this is my love, Charlie. Here you go.
Oh, it's heavenly. Oh, really? Fancy finding this place all by yourself. Oh, you're so clever, Jolyon.
Mind you, darling, when a friend told me to take over this era, I wasn't overjoyed at the idea.
What about me, who's been your ever-loving wife for exactly 10 months? Who's just getting the house nice and shipshape when this transfer happens?
I wonder who that can be.
One of the firm, probably.
On Saturday night. But they stay me till Monday.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to answer it.
True, my love. Hello. The line's dead.
Oh, somebody dialed the wrong number, probably.
Well, they at least might have answered. Oh, I'm famished, darling. Let's go out and get something to eat.
At this hour? Oh, no, darling. I cooked some of those sausages and things we bought on our way down. It won't take long.
Oh, wonderful. And then for some shut-eye. I'm pretty exhausted after a long drive.
Oh, I bet you are, darling. Food and a nice, long, peaceful sleep. No.
Is it morning, darling? Oh, it's the middle of the night.
Oh, you try to drop off again. I'll answer.
What time is it?
Nearly 3. Oh, boy, there's an extension just by the bed. Oh, go off to sleep.
All right.
Yes? Who is it? Hello? Oh, it's another wrong number.
It isn't another wrong number, Mrs. King. But you are Mrs. King, aren't you?
Yes? What do you want? Why are you phoning at this hour? It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 o'clock in the morning. Do you know the song, Mrs. King?
Oh, please, we're very tired. We've driven over 400 miles. Who are you? What have you telephoned us for?
Oh, you'll find out. Soon enough, Mrs. King. You'll find out.
Hello?
I enjoyed that, darling.
Jolyon, I do believe you could sleep through an earthquake. Didn't you hear anything of that telephone conversation I had in the middle of the night?
Oh, darling, I remember the bell ringing, your answering, and then I dropped off again. Not the wrong number, I suppose?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, what is it, darling? I thought you looked a bit subdued this morning. Don't tell me that someone we know telephoned us at that hour.
Darling, there can't be many who know we moved into this flat last night.
Many? Hardly any at all. Why do you ask?
When I answered the phone and asked why someone should ring us at 3 in the morning, the other person on the end of the line said in an evil, sinister, frightening voice, "You'll find out, Mrs. King. You'll find out." And then he put the phone down. But who could it have been, Jolyon? Who could it have been?
Oh, somebody must have heard that we've moved in and drunk enough to play the fool.
3 in the morning? Who?
Darling, that nocturnal caller did upset you. All right, I'll take it. Hello. I wish people who ring the wrong number admitted it and not stay silent. Hello.
Hello,
Hello, Mr. King.
Yes.
Sorry to keep you waiting. My name is Masters, Percy Masters. I'm just having a drink here in the club, and Norman Shaw told me you're due in town today. I just want you to know that anything we can do for you or your wife, you've only got to say the word.
Thank you. Very kind of you.
Not a bit. Your firm is one of our best customers.
Well, thank you.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Oh, there you see, darling. Just one of our suppliers bidding us welcome. A man named Masters.
Oh, sorry, darling. I admit that call did make me a bit jumpy. Oh, why don't you go and see your cousin? What's her name?
Oh, darling, I can see them at any time, whereas you, my sweet...
Oh, I'm all right now, Jolyon. I've got a lot of unpacking to do and things.
Well, they are expecting me to call in. Are you sure it's all right, darling?
Of course. I'd probably dread the whole thing. I'm all right now.
Oh, bless you, dear. I don't do anything I wouldn't do.
All right. Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
Must have been a long drive or something. I'm getting to be a fussy old hen. Now, Annie King, stop acting like a jittery old spinster and answer that telephone. Hello? Oh, not again. Hello? Hello? Hello?
You didn't think I was going to summon you to the telephone and not respond when you spoke, did you?
Who are you? What do you want?
You're all alone, aren't you?
Please, I don't know who you are, what you want, but...
What I want. That's important, isn't it? Does it matter who I am, as long as my needs coincide with yours? And do you know what I need? You're silent, pretending that you've rung off, but you can't, can you? Because you know that even if you put the receiver down, I shall still be there with you, breathing into your ear, my hand gently caressing that swan-like neck of yours.
You must be mad. I should tell my husband. I should tell the police.
Oh, what will you tell them? That I admire your neck? That I want our personalities to become like two mists of warm sensuality floating towards each other?
Slam down the receiver. Don't listen. An anonymous caller whose diseased mind finds pleasure in torturing, frightening those he's never met. But we'd been on the flat less than 24 hours. Norman Shaw, Jolyon's local manager. He was the only one who knew we were arriving on Saturday. Oh, no, it seemed impossible that his own colleague... Who should want to molest me? A horrible voice, leering and sneering on the telephone. And then it seemed as though I'd summoned him with my thoughts. Yes? Do you want something?
Oh, I seem to have frightened you. I'm Percy Masters. I was driving home for lunch, and, well, when Norman said you were living here, I thought, why not call? I know it's very early and that sort of thing. Besides, you don't know me, and I might be pretending to be someone that I'm not.
Why did you say that?
Oh, no reason. Look, I realize I've called at an inconvenient moment.
I'm sorry if I seem inhospitable, but my husband's gone to visit some relatives of his and...
Not a bit, I do understand. In fact, it was silly of me to call in the first place.
Oh, no, not really.
Well, when you're settled in, perhaps we'll get better acquainted.
Yes.
The four of us. Kate, my wife, I'm sure she'd like to meet you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Penny for them, darling.
I'm still thinking of that man Masters. Why should he call around here on a Sunday afternoon? After all, he's only a business associate.
Oh, we've been over that, my darling. Why are you making so much of it? There's something else on your mind, isn't there?
Yes, darling. I wasn't going to tell you. He telephoned again.
The anonymous caller?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you tell me so in the first place?
I didn't want to worry you.
Well, what was it this time?
Oh, a lot of nonsense. Talked about his hand gently caressing my swan-like neck. Oh, it sounds funny, Jolyon, but it was horrible. You should hear that voice. It was so evil.
Well, I don't think it's at all funny. I should telephone the police. Darling, I feel awful having to go on this trip. I'll be back tomorrow as soon as I can, promise.
Oh, I'll be all right, darling. I'll take the receiver off before I go to bed. Take the receiver off. That's what I promised Jolyon. But I didn't. I don't know why, but how can one assess one's motives with all honesty? Was it because I had lulled myself into a sense of secure belief that the anonymous caller had played his vocal tricks and would now leave me in peace? Or was it some deep, subconscious, masochistic urge, wanting to be tormented again? Who has the answer to these questions? After Jolyon had left on his business trip, I sat down, pretending a tranquility I did not possess, and commenced to read, but not for long. Yes? Hello? Hello?
I'm back. What are you wearing? Something flimsy, I suppose? Something suitable with which to receive?
What do you want? Why don't you leave me alone?
Voices are so personal, aren't they? When I make contact with you this way, it's something exquisitely, caressingly personal, isn't it? Wouldn't you like to see the man behind the voice? I'm not far away, you know. I know you're alone, but you won't be alone for long. Soon I'll be walking through that door, ready to crush you in my arms, crush you to death.
You're mad. I'll have the police after you.
Oh, no, you won't. Just think of it. Death in ecstasy. How would you like to die? Die in my arms. Because you're going to, you know. You're going to die very soon.
Why didn't I hang up then? Perhaps had I done so, my mind wouldn't have had to bear the awful terrors that came later. I stood there, listening, hypnotized by the evil of his voice, just as a snake hypnotizes its victim, just before the kill. Why should you want to kill me? What have I done to you?
It isn't what you've done to me, dear lady. It's what I'm going to do to you, and very soon. You're thinking of going to bed, aren't you? You think you're going to lie between the sheets unmolested. I shouldn't try to sleep if I were you, because you'll be in for a rude awakening.
Leave me alone, you filthy swine! Leave me alone! Oh, the police. I must phone the police.
Police?
My name is King. Miss Van King. We moved into this flat yesterday.
What is it, madam? Robbery?
No, we moved into this flat yesterday. You see, and this man keeps phoning. I don't know who it is.
Just a moment, madam. You say you had one of those anonymous callers?
Yes, it was horrible, obscene. He said he was going to kill me.
I see. What's your address, please?
Number 12, Bella Vista Mansions, Highcliffe Road.
12 Bella Vista Mansions, Highcliffe Road. And your name is Mrs. King?
Yes, that's right.
What's your number, please, madam?
736281.
Are you expecting any telephone calls this evening? Normal ones, I mean.
No, that's just it. Hardly anyone knows we're here.
You say we, madam?
Yes, my husband. He's away on a trip.
I see, madam. Now, this business of anonymous telephone callers is getting to be quite a scourge. What we'd like you to do, madam, is to keep him talking next time he phones.
Oh, no, I was going to ask the telephone people to disconnect the phone until my husband gets back.
Well, you want in court, don't you, madam? Now, you've no need to worry. We shall have your line tapped and traced, but we need time to get to the man wherever he's speaking from, you see.
But it's on the dialing system.
Now, don't you worry about that, madam. The only thing we ask is, if you get any other calls, keep them as short as possible, because we shall be listening in from now on.
But what if he comes round here? He's threatened to come round and kill me.
You're living in a flat which is suitably bolted and barred?
Yes.
Well, don't open up for anyone, madam. We shall be around in the morning to take a statement. But please, answer that telephone.
Yes, all right. Thank you. Oh, I pray he doesn't phone. Some music. That's an idea. Put the radio on. Try not to think about it. 11:30. Perhaps he won't phone. He knows I'm alone. So, how did he know? Oh, don't think. Bed for you. Perhaps a sleeping pill. Oh, a cup of hot milk. Take the receiver off the hook. Never mind what the policeman said. Oh, no, he's got to be caught. They'll catch him and punish him. Oh, I'm afraid I haven't the courage. I must. Jolyon would never forgive me if I hadn't got the pluck to help them catch him. Please heaven he doesn't say anything too awful. Hello.
You do take a long time to answer the phone, don't you? Were you worried? Frightened? You didn't really think I meant it when I said I was coming round to kill you. I'm coming round, but you see, it was only a figure of speech, you know. I'm going to hug you to death, feel you close to me. No, that isn't true either. I'd have to kill you afterwards, you see. I couldn't bear the thought of anyone touching you after that. You would have to die, wouldn't you?
Why are you torturing me like this?
The things I say cause you to feel hurt. Pain and pleasure, my dear Anne.
How do you know my first name? You called me Mrs. King before.
Well, we're getting a little more, intimate, aren't we? Shall I come round now? Just you and I alone in that flat of yours. Shall I, Anne? Shall I? With you struggling in my arms, and then you decide to struggle no more.
No! No! Keep him talking. The policeman said I must keep him talking. But I couldn't. I just couldn't stand it any longer. I was too afraid. Jolyon would have wanted me to have the courage to talk until they traced the voice. But they couldn't have traced it. How can you trace a telephone voice without a telephone? Plug. There must be a telephone plug somewhere. Oh, yes. Here it is. Now, Mr. Anonymous Caller, dial to your heart's content because the bell won't ring. Oh, it can't be. I pulled the plug out. The receiver. Take the receiver off. Oh, I'm going mad. It's still ringing. What's happening? What's happening to me? Break it. Break the telephone. Now try and telephone, Mr. Anonymous Caller. Now try and telephone.
You sound agitated, my darling.
No! No! Where are you? Where are you going?
Shall we resume our telephone conversation where we left off last time?
Oh, it can't be! The telephone's broken!
But it can be, and it is, and I'm here in the flat with you, my darling. All around you is me. Soon I shall put my arms around you and...
Never really happened. Somehow my mind has become diseased. Nothing matters anymore. Just sleep. Sleep and forgetfulness.
Poor young lady. She's taken a long time to fall asleep.
But what does that mean, Doctor? You said she...
I know. I'm afraid that her experiences are still playing on her subconscious mind. We must let her sleep. She's definitely under now. She'll remain like this through the night. The police will be able to question her tomorrow.
How are you feeling now, Mrs. King? Better?
Yes, thank you. I'm all right while my husband's beside me. Oh, darling, it's so good to hold your hand.
Your husband told you that we've got the man who molested you?
Yes. Must I face him?
Yes, darling. They just want you to listen to his voice. Feeling brave enough now?
So long as you're here.
All right, Constable, bring him in.
Right, sir.
Bring him in.
Bill! Bill Andrews!
It was only a joke, Anne. Tell them I wouldn't do a thing like that.
I promised them, darling, I wouldn't mention the name of the swine who did recognize the voice.
Oh, it was so different.
Actually, Mrs. King, that was a little subterfuge on our part. We didn't think you'd recognize the voice. It obviously disguised it. But now he said he did it for a joke. That means he's confessed.
No, I didn't mean any harm. I swear
No, steady on, sir, steady on. I sympathize with your feelings, but the law must take its course. You see, Mrs. King, you were on the phone long enough for us to trace the call to the flat upstairs, just above you.
It was only...
quiet, does it? Now, I understand, madam, that you and he come from Brixham and that you were once engaged to this character.
Yes. I knew he took it badly when I gave him his ring back and told him I was going to marry somebody else. I never saw him again. I didn't know he was living here.
He works for Percy Masters, darling. Percy told him we were coming to stay in this flat. He borrowed the master key from the caretaker. Being an electrical engineer, the rest was easy. There's a little speaker just over there that he put in. Look, and a telephone bell on top of the wardrobe.
You see, Mrs. King, by the time we got to the flat, he was sitting in his armchair, all innocent. We decided to pay you a visit, found you lying on the floor in a dead faint. Now, we communicated with your husband and Dr. Wallace. All right, take him away.
It was only a joke, Anne. Please, tell them I did it for a joke. I'll come with you. Now you just lie back and relax, darling.
Oh, Jolyon.
You're all right. Now I'm here.
Yes, I'm all right now. The telephone.
Oh, we'll soon have that repaired.
Oh, no, Jolyon, please not. I never want to use a telephone again.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Money is the root of all evil.
Some people spend more time scheming how to get money dishonestly than it would take to earn it honorably. Frank Davidson was one of these. For years, he'd been building an alibi to cover his many dishonorable activities by telling everyone who'd listen that money was the root of all evil. At the same time, he was scheming to get as much money as he could from his Uncle George Davidson, who had not only built a fortune, but had also accumulated the love and respect of his fellow citizens. Yes, in bettering himself, George Davidson had likewise helped thousands of others comfortably employed in various Davidson enterprises. As purchasing agent for the Davidson Manufacturing Company, Frank Davidson was in a favorable position to add, through shady and illegitimate means, substantial sums to the liberal salary his uncle paid him. He'd been getting away with this grasping for years until he clashed with Jim Durant, the city's most ruthless racketeer and gangster.
Hey, Davidson, you're a pretty smart boy. Oh? A lot smarter than people around town think you are. You must net yourself a pretty neat little sum every month.
Just crazy, Durant. The commissions I get...
Commissions? That's pretty cute. I love the way you keep calling that dough you steal commissions.
Well, they are commissions. As buyer for the Davidson Manufacturing Company, I consider every bid that comes in.
Quit kidding, Davidson. For the last 2 years, you've been buying second and third-rate cement, plaster, and steel. Your uncle's been billed for grade A prices. You've been pocketing the difference. for the kickbacks from the fellas you've been dealing with. I don't think your uncle would like it at all if he knew what you were doing.
Well, I can't figure where it concerns you, do I?
Everything that happens in this town concerns me. Besides, I don't like guys that give all their business to my competitors.
Competitors?
Sure. A couple of months ago, I formed a new company, the Mid-City Service Corporation. We're a sort of a buying and selling agency. We buy and sell steel, cement, plaster, practically everything that Davidson Manufacturing Company uses.
Look, Duran, I don't make enough to split.
I think you do. And I'll tell you why. First of all, your salary is $6,000 a year. And for a guy making $6,000 a year, you cover a lot of territory. In October, you dropped $700 in 1 week with Eddie Sansoni. So in November, you dropped a few.
Eddie said he'd keep his mouth shut.
Eddie works for me. For Christmas, you gave your girlfriend, Helene Franklin, an $1,800 convertible. Last week, you gave her a $1,000 engagement ring. Yeah. You sure do okay for a guy making $6,000 a year.
All right, Duran, so I do okay. Where do you come in?
Now, that's simple. We'll handle your deals for you. We'll take care of everything for, say, $150 a week. But retroactive for 6 months.
You're out of your mind.
You've been buying from my competitors a lot longer than that.
But I'd owe you $3,900 in back money.
Sure. But look how safe you'll be. If anything goes wrong, you won't appear at all. You can just say you had reason to believe the Mid-City Service Corporation was okay.
I can't raise that kind of dough.
What's the matter with the old man?
My uncle?
Yeah, he's a nice old guy. Takes pretty good care of you from what I hear.
Yeah, but he'd never give me an amount that big without a reason.
Give him a reason. Tell him you lost it at Eddie Sansoni. Tell him Eddie's got your IOUs and he's going to give them to the newspapers or something. The old man will hate to have a scandal. Besides, it'll be a good investment for him. We furnish protection, too.
Protection?
Yeah. We make sure no accidents happen to his employees. Especially his purchasing agent. Oh, one more thing. See that your uncle don't find out about this deal. He might take a notion to talk to the police or somebody. That'd be pretty unhealthy for you. Well, Frank, when you began your double dealing, you didn't dream you'd be interfering with the activities of Jim Duran, did you? Duran knows everything about you, doesn't he? And from now on, he wants in. And you know he's going to expect that $3,900 a week from Friday. You'll have to talk to your uncle about this, won't you, Frank?
All right, Frank. Let's have it. What's wrong now? Well, you're not going to like it, Uncle George. But it's the same old thing. I need money. $3,900. And there's no use beating around the bush. I owe it to Eddie Sansoni.
Sansoni? For gambling?
That's right.
And now you expect me to get you out of this difficulty as I have a dozen. You know, Frank, you have an idea that because I happen to have earned a good deal of money, it's your job to think.
Why not? What else is money for?
Oh, but you're wrong, Frank. You're terribly wrong. Money is a trust, a very serious trust. Wisely used, it makes for a better community. And I'm certainly not going to give you $3,900 to hand over to a crooked gambler.
But, Uncle George, listen, you don't get it. The man I owe is Eddie Sansoni. He's a killer. I've only got till next Friday to pay up.
Nonsense, man. Just tell the police.
You mean you won't let me have the money for Sansoni?
Naturally not. Why, it would be the worst thing I could do for you, Frank. And another thing, and this is for your own good. Beginning Monday, you're going to work in the factory. This job as purchasing agent hasn't done you any good.
Now, wait a minute, Uncle George. If you're going to leave me the business anyway...
I'm not going to leave you the business. If I did, there wouldn't be any business in 5 years.
But you always said it would all be mine someday. Or even in your will.
I'm changing my will, Frank. Just as soon as my lawyer returns from Washington next week.
You mean you're cutting me out of your will permanently?
Well, that depends. Maybe I'll change my mind in a year or two if you really settle down. And I hope you will. Meantime, I owe it to the employees and the people who put their savings into this business to protect their interests.
An unpleasant morning, isn't it, Frank? So unpleasant you quickly leave the office and go to see your girlfriend, Helene. After all, Helene understands you. And like you, she believes that money is the root of all evil. That is, other people's money. You tell her about Duran, about Uncle George cutting you out of his will, all your difficulties. Helene is not only sympathetic, she's very practical, too.
Your uncle can't do a thing like that, cutting you out of his will of all the
He's doing it. Just as soon as his lawyer gets back from Washington.
When will that be?
Sometime next week.
Whoa. He hasn't cut you out yet, Angel.
Oh, what difference does that make? He won't change his mind.
Oh, a lot of things can happen in a reason.
Such as?
Take a look at that headline in tonight's paper.
Wealthy playboy claiming love marriage. I don't get that.
Suppose your uncle had a little love marriage.
The closest thing Uncle George has to a love nest is his little cabin out of Clear Lake where he goes to wreck supplication. And as far as girls are concerned, he doesn't even know they're alive.
He's got a secretary, hasn't he?
Of course.
Oh, from what you say, he takes care of a lot of girls.
Naturally, she's been with him a long time. Besides, Bill Lawton, her husband, was very badly hurt in an accident a while back and hasn't been able to work since.
From what you've told me, Bill's not very happy about it.
Mary says he's miserable.
Well, suppose Bill Lawton were to think your uncle's interest in marrying him. You know, something more than just a man.
When the mood eases in, you'll probably see headlines bigger than the... What? Elaine? I think you've hit on a wonderful idea. A wonderful idea. Let's take time.
A week's a long time, son. When it's all you've got.
Yeah, it is. And this is one time I'm going to move fast. With the prologue of Money is the Root of All Evil, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. You've heard me tell about the more thorough, more conscientious attention cars get at Signal service stations, because each Signal dealer owns his own business and has a personal interest in keeping your goodwill. Well, typical of this is the fan belt and radiator hose checkup now being offered free by Signal dealers throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. Being made of rubber, your fan belt and radiator hose not only wear out, but deteriorate from age. Yet few persons ever think to check them until they fail completely and cause serious trouble. That's why this free Signal checkup is not only unique, but a real service that every driver will be wise to take advantage of. What's more, if you should discover that your fan belt or radiator hose are in such worn condition that you feel it's wise to replace them, then your Signal dealer can, in most cases, do this while you wait. So drop by your nearest Signal dealer soon and ask him for this free checkup of your fan belt and radiator hose. It's one of a complete line of safety services offered by Signal dealers to help your car run better and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Frank, Helene gave you quite an idea, didn't she? It would certainly make things easy for both of you if Bill Lawton got the wrong idea about his wife, Mary, being involved with your wealthy Uncle George and killed him in a fit of jealous rage. No one could pin anything on you either. After your years of hypocritical preaching that money is the root of all evil, you're sure nobody would ever connect you with your uncle's sudden death. But you know you'll have to act fast. Plant the seed of suspicion in Bill Lawton's mind. So a few moments after leaving Helene's apartment, you're in Bill Lawton's living room.
Well, Bill, how are things going? Okay. I guess it gets pretty lonesome sitting around the house all day, huh?
Oh, I manage.
Yeah, I know how it is.
But at least I can't keep living on Mary's stuff. I didn't marry her to get myself a meal ticket.
Well, if Mary doesn't object, why should you?
It's up to me to be working, not her.
Wow. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Bill. After all, my uncle's pretty generous to her.
Oh, no. I think that. But I'll feel a whole lot better when I'm paying the bills.
I know what. Uncle George always gets his money's worth.
I don't know. Mary's a pretty terrific secretary.
And a pretty neat addition to the office, too. I don't blame Uncle George for keeping her to himself.
Yeah. Been awfully busy down there lately, hasn't it?
Busy? Nothing. It's practically dead. Oh, but then things always slow up this time of year.
Yes. But Mary's been working overtime 2 nights last week.
She has? I didn't know that.
Wait a second. Besides being purchasing agent, you're sort of an all-around assistant here, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
And if you work late, how come you don't know about it?
Oh, well, I'm out calling on clients most of the time.
Deal about Mary working the United States Agent Club.
Well, as far as that's concerned, I don't either. But then Uncle George does a lot of things he doesn't tell me about. Don't worry about it, boy. Listen, why don't you come into town for lunch someday soon? It'll do you good.
Thanks.
Yeah?
What do you think of seeing your uncle and my wife?
What? What on earth made you think of a thing like that?
I've been thinking about it for quite a while.
Well, you've planted the seed, Frank. You've set Bill to wondering in earnest about your Uncle George and his wife, Mary. And now you must nurture that seed so it will sprout and grow quickly. The next day, Bill himself makes it easy for you.
Frank Davidson speaking.
This is Bill Lawton, Frank. You busy?
I'm not too busy to talk to you, boy. What's on your mind?
You run out to my place for a few minutes.
Well, I guess so, if it's important.
It's important to me.
Okay, fella, I'll be right out.
You know what he wants, don't you, Frank? And you're sure you've got all the answers, the right answers. You're sure of yourself. Please, too, as you reach for your hat. And then your phone rings once more.
Hello, Frank Davidson speaking.
You know who this is, Frank?
Yes, it's Jim.
Never mind her name. I thought I told you not to mention our little conversation with your uncle.
I didn't, Jim, honestly. I told him exactly what you told me to tell him.
Now, that's funny. A couple of guys with badges came over this morning and asked me to book you to the Mid-City Service Company.
Well, I didn't have anything to do with it.
I hope not. Sure it did. It's gonna be too bad for you.
Joanne? Hello? Joanne?
Leaving your office following Duran's phone call, you know you have to move fast. You're sure if your plans go through, you'll have no trouble stalling off Duran until you come into control of your uncle's fortune. And as you enter Bill Lawton's apartment and note the grim expression on his face, you're equally sure your plans for the death of your uncle through Bill Lawton will work. You handle Bill to perfection.
Thanks. Tell me the truth about your uncle and my wife.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bill. If you
I said the truth, Frank.
I'm telling you the truth. As a matter of fact, we were crazy when we even gave a thought to the 2 nights Mary worked overtime last week. You know what? I found out Uncle George wasn't even at the office those nights.
He wasn't? And what was Mary doing?
Uncle George took out his work to the cabin at Clear Lake. He often does that when he's snowed under.
And Mary worked in town?
Naturally. At least, thought. Well,
Nice try, Frank. But it doesn't gel. Mary told me she took 40 pages of dictation. If he was at the cabin at Clear Lake, she was too.
Well, now, Bill, maybe you're just jumping to conclusions. Wait a minute. What are you going to do with that gun?
Nothing right now. Just wanted to be sure it was here and loaded. Next time Mary tells me she's working at night, I'm going to go out to your uncle's cabin at Clear Lake.
Bill, you're nuts.
And if I find what I think I'll find, this gun's going to get quite a workout.
Hi, dear, I'm home. Oh, hello, Frank. Oh. So what on earth are you doing with that pistol?
Oh, he was just showing it to me now.
It sounds making me nervous. For goodness sake, put it back on the desk here. Bill?
Okay, now.
When did you become interested in firearms, Frank?
I got myself into a jam with Jim Durant. I mean, Eddie Santoni.
Jim Durant, a gangster?
I said Eddie Santoni. He's pushing me pretty hard. And, Bill thought that I might need some protection, so he offered me his revolver.
Ridiculous, Frank. Why don't you go to the police?
You don't know what to think.
Well, at least tell your uncle. He must have had money before.
Money. That's all I ever hear. Santoni's got plenty, but he wants more. My uncle's loaded with it, and he keeps working. Everybody talks about money. Everybody wants money. It's like I've always said. Money is the root of all evil. So you take right now. It wouldn't hurt Uncle George to just help me out one more time.
I don't think you're being very sad. Your uncle's been wonderful to you.
He's been wonderful to you, too, hasn't he, baby?
He's been wonderful to us, Bill.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Kitty. Don't let my troubles upset you. Thanks for offering me a gun, Bill. But I guess Mary's right. Carrying a gun would be silly. I'll see you at the office tomorrow, Mary. So long, Bill. Okay.
You realize that your big problem now is to get your uncle and Mary together at your uncle's cabin at Clear Lake. And this should be easy. But a day passes, then another, and another. Finally, on the fourth day, half your problem is solved as Uncle George summons you to his office.
Frank, you wouldn't mind dining out this evening, would you?
Oh, no, why?
Well, I thought I'd spend the night at the cabin.
Well, that's a good idea, Uncle George. You go ahead. I'll probably do a little work at the office. Now, Frank, solving the other half of your problem should be very simple. You can play on Mary's loyalty to your uncle and the company, and she'll agree to anything you suggest. So a few minutes after your uncle leaves, you stop at Mary's desk.
Mary, would you mind working with me tonight so we can have that Carson estimate ready in the morning?
Oh, Frank. You know how Bill hates to have me out at night.
Oh, I don't think you'll mind. He understands you have to work overtime occasionally. No, I'd hate to see us lose that Carson account.
Okay, I'll phone him right away.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, man. I'll see you at the office about 7:30, huh?
That was easy, wasn't it, Frank? You can see the expression on Bill Lawton's face when Mary phones about working late. You can even see him hang up the phone, cross the room to his desk, open the drawer and remove his revolver, go out to his car and start for Clear Lake. So you go out for a quick snack, smoke impatiently until 7:30, then go to the office where Mary is waiting for you.
Hi, Mary. I sure do get bad break. You won't be able to help me after all.
Now, Frank, don't tell me.
Uncle George wants you to go out to the cabin at Clear Lake right away.
Oh, he didn't say anything
about me. All I know is he got a telegram before he left. Then he told me to get in touch with you and tell you to come out right away with your notebook. He says it's very important.
Guess there's nothing else to do.
Uncle George said to use the company car, so I put it out in front for you.
Okay.
Here's the keys.
Thank you, Frank. Oh, say, did you hear about Jim Duran being arrested?
No, I didn't. Is he in jail?
No, comes out on bail. Well, see you tomorrow, Frank. Hope you get that Carson estimate out all right.
Don't worry, everything will be taken care of tonight. It has to be.
Well, there it is, Frank. The last detail fitted into place. But you have to make certain there are no mistakes. You hurry out to your own car, pick up Helene, and head toward Clear Lake. Your car roars past Mary's car within a few miles, and you leave her behind. Suddenly, your heart almost stops beating. Other headlights following you along the highway. Jim Duran. It must be Jim, out on bail, and you're sure he's out to get you. But if tonight goes according to plan, you'll have more than $1 million, and Jim Duran will be a problem no longer. You park some 300 yards from the cabin. There's no sign of the other car. You tell Helene to keep the motor running and walk towards the cabin. Halfway there, you spot Bill Lawton's car parked behind a tree with a clear view of the cabin where Uncle George has already turned on the lights. All you need to do now is wait for Mary to arrive. And then her husband, Bill Lawton, will do the rest. And you haven't long to wait. Mary steps down from the company car and walks rapidly to the cabin and enters the open door. Your heart beats quickly as you watch Bill open the door of his car, slip out without a sound, walk slowly to the cabin and enter the open door. For a moment, everything is quiet. Then you hear the sound you've been waiting for.
Bill, what are you doing here?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about these chilly nights and mornings we've been having. To be sure your car will start pronto the instant you touch the starter, you naturally want to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that tops in quality. But how can the average driver measure gasoline quality? Why, by mileage, of course, which explains why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made it known throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, as the Go Farther gasoline. You see, there's only one way today's Signal gasoline can give you such good mileage. That's by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, you just naturally enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. In other words, the superior performance you expect of a superior gasoline. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
When you hear the shots from Bill's gun, you're sure your worries are behind you, aren't you, Frank? Tomorrow you'll be head of Davidson Enterprises. You can marry Helene, pay off Duran. Your lies about your Uncle George and his secretary, Bill Lawton's wife, work like a charm, assuring him and arousing him to the jealous fury culminating in the shooting you've just heard. You're almost jubilant as you run to your car, tell Helene the good news, and step on the gas. A moment later, you feel differently. That strange car is right behind you again. Now you're sure it's Duran, the gangster who believes you're responsible for his arrest. You want to stop, explain things, but you're afraid. And you're sure that once he knows of your uncle's death, you can handle him. You've got to get away. You press down on the gas.
Why so fast?
That car behind us, Helene. Duran.
Oh, how do you know?
I just know, that's all.
Soon you're doing 50, then 60, then 70, then 75.
Be careful, Frank. Slow down that curve. Careful now.
Where am I?
In the Davidson Memorial Hospital. And you're going to be all right.
How about Helene? The girl who was with me.
She's pretty badly hurt, but she'll recover. And we hope that plastic surgery may help her safe.
Hello, Davidson. So Chief of Police Roberts. Lucky for you, we were following you last night when you had that crash. If we hadn't been, you and your girlfriend would be dead pigeons. You mean it wasn't Duran? No, it was the police, all right. You talked too much the day Mary Lawton came home and found you and her husband fooling with that gun. She tipped us off. We've been tailing you ever since, for your own protection. Incidentally, Bill Lawton told us how you tried to get him to kill your uncle with your lies about him and Mary.
Kill my uncle? It's insane. Just because Bill Lawton might have gotten mixed up on something I said doesn't mean a thing. His word against mine. In a few days, I'll be president of the Davidson Manufacturing Company. You'll be...
Wait a minute.
I've got a little surprise for you. Come in, please. Uncle George. Yes, Frank. Uncle George. But I thought... Yeah, you thought they were dead, didn't you? They were quite harmless. Blank. Mary substituted. If she hadn't, we wouldn't be here. Yes, Davidson, that phony alibi you tried to build, that line about money is the root of all evil, isn't going to get you out this time. It's too bad you never understood the right use of money, Frank. You're like a lot of others, Davidson. Belittling money, theft, misquoting.
Uncle George, you taught me to believe the Bible. The Bible says money's the root of all evil.
No, Frank, no. The Bible says that love of money is the root of all evil, not money itself. There's a difference, Frank. A big difference. Let that whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is top, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Quiet Suicide. It was in a drab room in a commercial hotel in Chicago that Frank Reynolds finally made up his mind. And in a curious way, it was quite appropriate that the decision should come to him there, partway between Los Angeles and New York, partway between two lives. He'd known from the first, of course, that a showdown was inevitable sooner or later. But as time went on, he began to recognize the desperate form the showdown would take. He came to realize that the only way out was murder. The train tickets were in his pocket. His bags were packed, ready to go when he picked up the phone.
Operator.
This is Mr. Reynolds in room 617. I'd like to call New York. This is Frank Reynolds, Long Island 89038.
Thank you, sir. 1 moment, please.
Right.
Yes, that's right.
I have a call for you from Los Angeles, Mr. Reynolds.
Los Angeles? Look, I'm calling New York.
Go ahead.
Just a moment, operator.
Frank.
Millicent, how did you...
Darling, I had to call you. I knew you'd be staying there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Millie. I can't talk now. My train leaves in a
Frank,
few
you've
minutes.
got to tell me the truth. I can't stand it any longer.
What's the matter, dear?
You're running off that way, not even saying goodbye.
Oh, darling, I told you I had to rush off about that business deal in New York.
But it's more than that. Isn't it, darling?
What do you mean, Millie?
Tell me, Frank, you've got to be fair with me. If it's another woman...
Another woman?
It's on my mind all the time. I can't eat, I can't sleep.
Listen, Millicent, I told you 100 times. There's no other woman, dear. No one but you. Please believe that.
I wish I... Ready with New York, Mr. Reynolds. Shall I put them on?
No. Can't you tell I'm still on this call? Get off the line. Millie.
Yes.
Millie, believe me for once, will you? You're imagining things. I love you, baby. There's no one else. I'll just be a good girl till I get back.
All right, Frank. I'm sorry. But you can't blame me. After all, I am your wife.
Yeah, sure. Goodbye, Angel.
Operator.
You can go ahead with New York now.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry about the interruption, sir. I knew you wanted to talk to your wife in New York, but when I found out your wife was still in Los Angeles...
Never mind that. Have you got my New York nurse?
Yes, sir. I'll connect you. Hello? Hello?
Diane.
Frank.
Diane, listen, honey, I haven't much time. You're expecting me day after tomorrow. Off the train at the station?
You mean you aren't coming?
Oh, sure, but listen. I'll be in New York tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm flying the rest of the way. Be in early. It'll give us at least a day together, alone. You can meet me in LaGuardia, Flight 8, American Airlines.
Frank, you do such strange things. What'll I tell Uncle George and the family?
Don't tell him anything. That's the idea. Explain to your Uncle George that you're going into town early to shop for a day or two. How we'll skip the whole Long Island tribe and just be together for a day. Sound good?
I think so.
You think so?
It's wonderful, Frank. Yes, you're so clever, darling. I'm a lucky girl to have such a smart husband.
Yes, Frank, the operator has reason to be confused. Because there are two Mrs. Reynolds. One in New York, one in Los Angeles. And you're trembling as you hang up the receiver in Chicago. It becomes even more clear to you now, with the two lives you've been so careful to keep apart, almost meeting accidentally by telephone, how ruinous it would be if Diane and Millicent should ever get together. And the only way out is a desperate way. It's too bad, too. Diane is so young, so pretty, so very trusting. At least she always seemed to believe you. But at the airport, you wonder from the moment she meets you if something's wrong.
American Airlines Flight 8, arriving at Gate 3.
Over here, Frank.
American
Here I am.
Diane! Hello! Oh, excited to see me?
Yes, Frank, I'm excited.
You drive out?
No, the town car's been...
Well, how about a taxi?
It's right over here.
Oh.
Where to, folks?
Harding Arms apartment. It's on the east side on 52nd.
Harding Arms.
I found it last night after you called.
Oh.
I think you'll like it, Frank.
Anyone know I'm here?
Not a soul. Uncle George thinks I'm shopping. He's meeting me in the morning at Penn Station to be there when your train comes in.
Oh, that's perfect.
And you've really arranged to be honest?
Why not? Just set an early alarm. I'll run out to New York and get back aboard the train coming from Chicago.
You've planned it all pretty carefully, haven't you, darling?
Of course. I wanted to have you all to myself for a change.
So? You went to all this trouble. Tickets, the telephone calls, everything. Just to be alone with me for a while.
Well, what's wrong with that?
And still you haven't even kissed me.
Oh. I'm sorry, Diane.
No, please, Frank, not now.
Oh, Diane. What's the matter?
I try not to believe it, Frank. I try not to listen to Uncle George. The rest of it.
Oh, what are they saying now?
The same thing. That you married me for my money. But that now that Uncle George has made it impossible for you to get a hold of it, you'll leave me.
Well, then what am I doing here, right now?
That's what I don't know, Frank.
They don't waste any time, do they? They get right to you the minute I'm out of town. Diane, are you sure they don't know I'm here?
I told you once, Frank.
All right. Come here.
Oh, Frank.
That better?
It's this way every time. They tell me all those... Make me listen to them, and then...
Then what?
Oh, you kiss me like that, and I forget all about it.
Good. Keep it that way now.
I'll try, Frank. I promise.
Atta girl. It's very important to me, Diane, this day together. I want it all to be perfect.
Whistler. So it's going to be murder, Frank. The only way out of your marriage to Diane that will leave your other marriage in Los Angeles intact. Divorce is out of the question, naturally. Any notoriety, any publicity on the national press wires, and Millicent might get strange ideas about your business trips to New York. There'd be investigations, bigamy charges, 2 divorces instead of 1. And, of course, the prospect of working for a living when you got out of prison. So it's murder now, a fairly simple kind of murder. The ingredients are all there. And despondent, disillusioned in marriage. A nice, quiet suicide that will rate perhaps 2 inches of copy in the New York papers. No more.
Do you like the apartment, Frank?
Oh, it's wonderful. 3 rooms, fireplace, no nosy maids or janitors.
Is it everything you wanted?
Everything. Even a back entrance. Ah, you couldn't have done better, darling. We're all set.
Yes, Frank, all set. With a murder planned for tonight. With your alibi still solid on that eastbound train till tomorrow morning at Penn Station. You were careful back in Chicago, weren't you? Arranging things so it would be almost impossible to check either the plane or train ticket. So no one will be able to say you left the train there and arrived in New York ahead of it. On the way to dinner with Diane, the plan begins to operate. You stop the cab at a drugstore, explain that you want to order a prescription sent up to the apartment, and go inside.
Yes, sir?
Oh, I'd like this filled.
25 tablets luminobarbital.
Yeah, it's my wife.
Mm-hmm. Made out to Mrs. Frank Reynolds.
Isn't that right?
Yes, but I wish she'd come in herself to sign for it. We have to be careful filling prescriptions for sleeping medicine, particularly anything as potent as this.
I understand. Well, look, I'd rather not wait anyway. Why not send it up to her? Harding Arms Apartments. She'll be there to sign it for herself. What's the matter, Anne? Would you like the restaurant?
Oh, yes, it's pretty fun.
I don't know we'd get a better dinner.
That's not just that. I'm sorry that it has to end.
Oh, you mean Uncle George, huh?
What? Yes, Uncle George. He'll be with us tomorrow.
Yeah, like William the Conqueror.
He'll probably know all about this.
How? You set the alarm, didn't you?
Yes, but...
Okay. I'll get up, breeze out to Newark. You can greet me with open arms when I step off the track at Penn Station.
You just don't know Uncle George. Look over there.
Huh? What do you mean?
That man who just came in by the hat check pen.
What about him?
I didn't tell you, Frank, but Uncle George has got his mind set on my divorcing you. He wants to prove to me.
So what?
That man over there is one of Uncle George's detectives.
How long has this been going on?
Since you were here before. Uncle's funny. He even has them follow me sometimes.
You? What for?
I don't know. Does it really matter, Frank?
It matters with me. Did he see us, Diane?
I don't think so. Not yet.
Let's get out of here.
Frank, it's no use. Let me finish my drink.
I said let's get out of here. I'll mix you a drink at home.
Frank?
Yeah?
Anyone see you come in?
Not a soul.
It seems silly, you using the back entrance and me coming in the front.
What took you so long?
This.
Oh. My prescription.
Desk clerk gave it to me. I had to sign for it. Is it right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's right. I'll fix you that drink I promised you.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Tastes awfully strong. Did you forget the soda?
Now, you're going soft on me, darling. Down the hatch.
Skull.
Skull.
Yeah. This has been a funny evening. A funny visit.
There you go again. What's the matter?
Visit. That's an interesting word. Visit.
Look, darling.
My husband's visiting me for a few days. Nice to see you, dear. Nice to look across the room and find you there.
You're in a strange mood tonight.
No. Not strange, really. Just devoted. And maybe a little disappointed. Love does a lot of funny things, you know. Stops up your eyes and your ears. Keeps you believing in someone no matter what people tell you.
You're just tired, Diane.
Yes. I guess I am. Tired of secret meetings with my own husband. Tired of lying to Uncle George, trying to defend you when I...
When you what?
There is another woman, isn't there, Frank? In Los Angeles.
Don't be silly.
It's like a movie. Sometimes when I close my eyes and try to sleep, I see you getting off the train, meeting a smart-looking blonde in a red convertible.
You better get those ideas out of your head.
You mind if I stretch out a little?
Not at all.
I really don't think you're so terrible, Doc. I just love you.
Sure.
Men think women don't know. They think they don't even suspect a little bit. But they do. They do, Frank. They do.
Yes, Frank. That sleeping medicine works fast. You watch the clock. 7:30, 8, 9, and then finally reach for her wrist and feel her pulse. There's nothing there now. Nothing. It takes a few minutes more to check the room, tidy it up, get rid of cigarette butts that aren't stained with lipstick, wipe off fingerprints, scrape the druggist label off the bottle of sleeping pills. And then quietly, you let yourself out the door and hurry toward the back service stairs, and then...
Is that the floor? Yes, sir. Mrs. Reynolds' apartment is 20 feet. Around the corner near the rear stairway. Are you sure she's here? Yes, she came in an hour or so ago. Alone? Yes, sir, alone. Shall I wait?
Stand by a minute. I'll see if she'll talk to me for a while.
I'll wait.
It's the detective, Frank, coming from the elevator. You're trapped with a choice of meeting him or running back down to the lobby. It's then that you feel the key in your hand, your pocket.
Yeah.
Reynolds. Mrs. Reynolds, your uncle wants you to talk. Mrs. Reynolds, are you all right? Right. I know she's in there, sir. Bring her past me, will you?
There's no time to think, Frank. You hold your breath, press back against the wall behind the door, and then...
She must be in there, sir. There's only one way out of the building at this time of night. Yeah, open it up. That's it. Mrs. Reynolds.
You take the only chance you have, Frank. As they go in, you slide around the door in the darkness and then out into the hall.
Here. What's this? Get the light. Mrs. Reynolds!
You aren't conscious of time now, Frank. Maybe it's an hour, maybe two since that awful moment in the apartment. But things are beginning to settle down now as you sit in the dim railroad station in Newark, waiting for that train of yours to pull in. You settle back against the bench, vaguely aware of the smell of the oiled wood floors. And then the boards creak slightly as someone moves towards you in the darkness.
Got a light, buddy? What? Oh, yeah. Here you are. Thanks. Yeah, thanks very much. Oh, mind if I keep these? Oh, no. Go ahead. Oh. Dull hour. 3 in the morning. Waiting for a train? Yeah. It's a funny thing. Guy sitting in this drab station waiting for the train from Chicago. At this hour? Listen, Yes, sir. Odd thing. You know, you could grab a taxi outside and get to New York in an hour. Still, you're waiting here. Why? Look, you can figure that out for yourself. Sit down, Mr. Reynolds. How did you... Well, my name, it was printed on that match folder you handed me. What do you want? I want you to help me decide whether your wife's death was suicide or murder. She's dead? Yeah. After talking to her uncle, I decided to drop over here and see if you really were on the train. Oh, well, listen, I can explain about that. You can save all that for later. I'm Pearson, Mr. Reynolds, New York homicide. Why don't we skip the train? Start back to New York right now. They're waiting for us back at your apartment.
So now you're faced with it, Frank. Your big alibi, the keystone in your whole plan is gone. Once or twice on the way back to the apartment, you almost decide to get it over with. To tell Pearson the whole truth and avoid the dread questioning you know is sure to come. But somehow you're not quite ready to give up. And when you finally walk into the apartment to face Diane's Uncle George, you get an idea of a way to bluff it through.
I tell you, this man's a murderer, Pearson.
Just a minute, Mr. Breckenridge. Just a moment. Let me handle it.
I told you I can explain everything.
All right, you'll have a chance to, but let me start out, huh? Now, it seems you're on your way to New York on the train. You switched to a plane somewhere without telling anyone but your wife. Figure you can intercept the same train a day or so later, give yourself a solid alibi.
There's no use denying it, Frank.
Who's denying it?
What?
You mean you admit it? Most of it?
There's one word I don't like. Alibi.
Oh, it's true about the train. I set it up by telephone from Chicago. You had a good reason?
A very good reason.
What are you talking about?
You, Uncle George. You've never given us a minute's peace. Sticking your nose into our business, trying to poison Diane's mind against me. That's why I did it, Pearson. I wanted that day together. Just Diane and I. My wife, the two of us. By ourselves.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I was forced into it, Lieutenant. Ask him about the private detective. Yeah. We go out for a quiet little dinner. At 7 o'clock last night, one of his bloodhounds follows us into the Shamrock Club.
We know all about that. So, what happened after you got home?
I told her. She either forgets Uncle George or I was through. She broke down. She got hysterical. Well, I walked out. I paced the streets for a while, and then I went over to Newark.
You didn't come back here?
No.
I see. Mr. Kittredge, you step in here, please?
Kittredge?
Yes. A druggist, Mr. Reynolds. I want you to meet him.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Well, this is Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Kittredge. Do you,
Yes, sir. That's the man who ordered the prescription.
Oh, of course. If you thought hard enough, Mr. Kittredge. You remember I told you that prescription was for my wife.
Then why did you order?
Because she asked me to on the way to dinner.
And she gave you a prescription made out by a doctor in Los Angeles?
Los Angeles? Why, I can't.
Yes. You don't know how a Los Angeles doctor could prescribe pills for your wife when she's never been there. Well, neither do I. There's something else, Mr. Reynolds. I've been in the homicide division for 8 years now. I guess I've investigated 100 suicides, and a lot of them women. You know something, Mr. Reynolds? I have yet to find one, particularly a woman, who didn't want to have the last word.
I don't know what you mean.
A suicide. Your uncle's detective comes in, finds a gun with a bottle of sleep till next to him. It seemed like those set up like I was following the one today. All this.
I told you. She wasn't thinking straight when I left.
As you say, I saved the bed with every intention of getting out. All right, come, Reynolds. You can get in touch with your lawyer on the way to him.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't do anything. Lieutenant, you've got to believe me. I get it.
I've got no time.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
I just can't take this on myself. What I feel personally and what is just are two different things, I guess. Diane was in Los Angeles a month ago.
What? You mean she was?
Well, that's interesting.
I should have told before, I suppose, but...
Oh, she thinks nothing of it. And I suppose you have a suicide note tucked up your sleeve?
Well, I do have one, as a matter of fact. An old one. You see, Diane did try to kill herself just last month. And that's why I've been having her followed.
Well, Reynolds, I guess that'll do. Well, we all make mistakes once in a while. I'm sorry.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story.
So it's over now, Frank. A few more questions and you'll be released. Free of suspicion that you murdered Diane, wife number 1. Free to go back to Los Angeles and someone they know nothing about. Millicent, wife number 2. And it's ironic that Diane's Uncle George came through with the one statement that could save you. Yes, you were as surprised as Lieutenant Pearson to hear that Diane had actually gone to Los Angeles. And you realize now that she knew the truth about Millicent. That if you'd left her alone, she might have tried suicide a second time, successfully. You're going to be careful now, Frank. No missteps, no false moves. Taking the cue from the lieutenant.
Yeah, this is a tough business I'm in, Reynolds. You gotta play hunches, you know.
Yeah.
Come into the room tonight and let people look around. If See there isn't a note. Say to myself, this lady went to bed figuring she'd be up and going the next day. Intent, you know. It's pretty important stuff. I understand, Lieutenant. Yeah. I was trained to look for intent above everything else. Well, sometimes you go wrong, though, just like now. Sometimes. Well, now, what do you know about that? Intent, you know. That's what they're going to ask me, Reynolds. What was in the little lady's mind?
The clock. I don't understand it.
I don't blame you. Now, why do you suppose she set that alarm clock? I'll tell you why. She expected it to wake her up. She expected to be alive right now. You know, I guess we'll just have to start the questions all over again. That clock's a little noisy for a nice, quiet steward.
Be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own.
Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Baker's Dozen. I thought of that. You see, I used to be a baker. Everybody was always asking for an extra bun or an extra donut or one more Parker House roll when they bought a dozen, see? That's supposed to be some kind of old-time custom or something for bakers. I wouldn't put out. Not me, I tell her. Not me. Don't you know 13's an unlucky number, I'd say? And wise guy would always say, unlucky for who? I'd say unlucky for any baker that gives away stuff like that. So maybe glass, and I never lost very many customers, I guess. Anyway, you try and get a baker's dozen of anything nowadays from anybody. You get a hole in your head quicker. Well, so baker's dozen is a kind of cute name for a story, I think. Listen, see if it ain't, huh? I have this wife, see, and she has a tough time with me. I'm always waiting to top off a bottle of schnapps and coming home and taking pics out of it. I love her, sure I love her. But I'm a great big schmo that ain't got sense enough to leave the bottles in the saloon. When I got 8-9 slugs in me, I'm a double schmo. Charlie Brooks already has gave me the heave-ho 64 times. Well, for a long time, I'm not very welcome at Charlie's bar. He said once if he knowed how to make a Mickey, he'd present me with a double one for free. So I'm not one of his favoriteest fellas, see? And with my old lady, every time I come home singing 3 cheers for Jones Jr. High, he starts ducking. Because I don't like what she's got for supper, or why don't she get a new dress, or she's been biting her fingernails again, and boom, I'm giving her hits. That's me. The schmo in spades. Don't make any difference I'm nice to her when I'm not drinking that stuff, because I'm practically always drinking the stuff, and... Man, I'm sorry. But so what? And do you think she ever hangs on my chin? No, she don't. And she don't holler copper on me either. One time there was the cop lived next door, and he hears me pushing her around. He comes in. She says she hit her nose on the door. The cop gives me the ugly look, and what does she do? She kisses me. And what can the cop do? Go away, that's what the cop can do. You see? Why is a woman a lover schmo? Well, I get carried away telling you about myself. I gotta tell you the story. Listen. I was on this jury. A lot of times I've been called for jury duty, but I'm just like you. I always try to get out of it. With me, it might interfere with my bottle department, see? Only this time I don't put up a beat. I take it. You ever been on a jury? Well, I guess you know how it is then. Nobody pays any attention to you. You just sit there like a lug, like everybody else. You might as well be in West Overshoe, Arkansas, Arkansas, or whatever, as far as the rest of the jury is concerned. Guys hollering at witnesses and bobby soxers of all ages and sexes watching the free show and hoping to hear some dirt. I get bored. Well, I did have a hangover, so I never come to till quite a while after the trial had begun. You know how a hangover is. Yeah. So I had kind of blank spaces in what I heard, you know. First, I hear the doctor saying what it was caused this guy to croak, and it was something about traumatic synthesis of the gravities or something, and it got caused by applying a blunt instrument to the fellow's noggin kind of hard, so he had the gravities, and he's a dead pigeon. Then another fellow stomps up and down in front of the jury box, and he says he's going to prove this dame done it. He's going to, by gravy, have her hung. If only the fine jury will cooperate. And another fellow with a red mustache, he objects. And there's a copper that says, yeah, he found the guy with his noggin bended and yada all over the place till my noggin hurts. And I kind of go to sleep or something. Then I am waked up like sticking a pin in me. You know, I'm telling you about this Charlie Brooks that I used to drink at his bar? Well, who is all of a sudden sitting on the witness stand but Charlie Brooks? Listen.
My name is Charles Brooks.
Your occupation, Mr. Brooks?
I am a bartender.
And a very good one, I hear. And I pipe up and I say, he makes the best martini in town. See, I don't hold no grudges because, after all, I'm a schmo and he should throw me out. Nobody even looks at me. The guy just goes right on. Did you know the deceased, Mr. Brooks?
I certainly did.
I see. And what sort of man was he, Mr. Brooks?
I would say he was not a good man.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he was quarrelsome.
Quarrelsome?
When he drank. Just like me, huh, Charlie?
Did he drink at your bar often, Mr. Brooks?
He used to, but I refused to serve him for several months.
Just like me.
But he came in the night he was murdered. The night he died. He wasn't murdered.
Move to strike that last part out, Your Honor.
Strike it out.
Confine your statements to answers to my questions, please, Mr. Brooks. The jury will decide if murder has been committed or not.
Yes, sir.
Now tell me, Mr. Brooks, did you know of any quarrels this man had with his wife?
Yes, sir.
How did you know?
He told me. That was one of the reasons I told him not to come back to my bar.
I see. You said you saw him the night he died.
Yes, sir. He came in drunk and wanted to buy a drink, but I said no, and I threw him out.
Personally?
Personally, yes, sir.
It's quite impossible, isn't it, that any injuries you might have inflicted on him in throwing him out could have resulted in his death?
Would you repeat the question, please?
Let me put it this way. You don't think that you injured him badly enough to have caused his death?
Mister, I kicked him.
You didn't kick him in the head?
No, sir. I did not kick him in the head.
You would say that he was a bad, vicious, wicked man, then, Mr. Brooks?
I certainly would.
And that he gave others good cause to kill him?
I certainly do. I mean, he did.
Especially his wife?
Mister, they should give her a medal.
That will be all, Mr. Brooks. Here comes Charlie stepping out from the witness stand and walking across the floor past the jury box right in front of me. And I grin at him and I whispered, "Hi, Charlie. How you doing?" And you know what? He don't give me a tumble. But he couldn't help hearing me, but he don't even look at me. Well, all right. Next time you see me in your bar, Bud, you ain't going to see me. That's a fact. What do you think he is, a big shot because he's a witness in the court? What is this? But that ain't the only surprise I get. Charlie Brooks. There's this copper that lived next door, like I said. Dominic Gaffigan, his name is.
Your name is Dominic Gaffigan?
Yeah, it is.
And are you a police officer?
I am.
You live next door to the defendant's place of residence?
I do.
Have you ever been in the defendant's home?
I have.
On what occasion, Officer Gaffigan?
It was on March 18, 1947 at 7:45 p.m. I was attracted by the sound of an altercation.
What kind of sound, officer?
Like a man beating his wife and her whimpering like.
Go on.
Well, I put out my head from a door, and the door to the defendant's apartment was open. And I looked in. And I saw the defendant running across the room crying. And there was a rip in the waist of her dress, and she was bleeding at the nose.
And what did you do?
I entered the apartment.
Go on.
In the apartment, I saw the deceased, who was drunk at the time, and he was shouting imprecations at the defendant.
What did he say?
He cursed her.
Very well. And what did he do?
He started across the room after her.
And?
I stopped him.
How did you stop him?
I said stop.
Only that?
I put my hand against his chest like.
I see. And then what happened?
Then the defendant turned on me, and she asked me what I was doing in their apartment.
Did you answer her?
I did.
What did you say?
I said I came in to prevent murder.
And what did she say to that?
She turned on me. Said she had bumped her nose on the door. And there was going to be no murder, and I should go away.
And did you?
Well, I remonstrated with her, on the face of the evidence. But she would have none of me. And then she turned and kissed her husband and said she loved him. So I came away then.
I see. And it is still your impression that your arrival on the scene prevented murder?
It is.
You think he would have murdered her?
I do.
And have you any knowledge of other, altercations between the defendant and the deceased, Officer Gaffigan?
I have.
I stood up and I said, "Gaffigan, you know you're the biggest liar on the police force. Gaffigan, you know perfectly well that what you told that fellow was what happened at my apartment pretty near a year ago. And you're trying to hang something on some poor schmo, and you know that happened to me and Elsa. You're a stinker, Gaffigan."
Yes, sir. I think the woman would be perfectly justified in killing the man.
You see? That's a cop for you. And I hollered out again, "That Gaffigan's a liar, Judge." But nobody even looked like they heard me. Only the guy that was doing the questioning. He turned around toward the jury a minute, and he looked at us. He looked at us so long, the judge leaned down and said,
"What's the matter, Mr. Cunningham?"
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but every time I glance at the jury box, I get the distinct impression that there's an extra juror there.
Are you sure you feel all right, Mr. Cunningham?
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I've been having a little trouble with my eyes lately.
Well, I'm sure you're at liberty to count the jurors, Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Mr. Cunningham.
The guy walked away, but he still looked kind of puzzled. I looked at the other jurors, and every one of them was doing what he'd done. Counting. I watched them, and they all turned back to the courtroom. They were satisfied there was only 12. I couldn't help counting, too. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's right. 12. But I didn't count myself. I'm 13th. I make the baker's dozen. I yelled at the DA. Hey! There is 13 of us here. Hey! He makes like I'm not there. He don't even look over his shoulder at me. I yell again. Hey! But he's talking to a woman on the witness stand.
Will you state your name?
Mrs. Elsa Bronson.
My eyes pop out. I stand up.
Hey, that's my wife. What are you doing here, Elsa? And your place of residence?
1313 North Court Street.
Now, Mrs. Bronson, will you please tell the jury exactly what happened on the evening of January 13th?
I was alone in the apartment.
Speak up, please, Mrs. Bronson.
I was alone in the apartment. My husband often came home late, so I was not alarmed when it became 7 o'clock and then 8 o'clock.
What were you doing, Mrs. Bronson?
I was ironing.
Ironing what?
My husband's shirt.
I see. Go on.
When it became 9 o'clock, I became a little bit alarmed.
Why?
Because...
Was it because you were sure your husband was drunk somewhere?
My husband does not drink so much.
Was it because you were afraid that he would come home drunk and beat you up?
No.
Mrs. Bronson, your husband had beaten you up before, hadn't he?
No.
You heard what Officer Gaffigan said, didn't you?
I told him the truth. I did strike my nose on the door.
You didn't strike it on your husband's fist?
No.
He has never struck you?
Never.
Mrs. Bronson, did you hate your husband?
I loved my husband, sir.
Even when he beat you?
He did not beat me. I loved him and he loved me.
I couldn't stand it any longer. I jumped up again. I said, Listen, you, what's this here all about? What are you doing with my wife? Elsa, what are they doing to you?
I loved my husband.
Elsa, I love you.
Well, if you loved him so much, why did you kill him?
What the devil are you talking about? What is this stuff? Listen to me. I'm talking to you. You hear me?
I loved him.
Sure, she loves me and I love her. Furthermore, I'm not going to let you make a fool of her anymore. You hear me?
You loved him, so you killed him.
What are you talking about? And then I got the big idea. Then I all of a sudden knew why the guy thought there was 13 of us in the jury box. And why there was. I could see it. I heard of things like that, but I didn't believe in ghost stories or whatever they are. Only I knew something now. You know what I knew. Sure. I was dead. I was a ghost. I was sitting on the jury while they was trying my wife for murdering me. Couldn't be anything else, could it? I was dead. They said I was dead. They said Elsa murdered me.
You murdered your husband, Mrs. Bronson.
I was ironing. I was so tired. I was so afraid.
Afraid of him?
Yes. I was afraid of him.
He did beat you then.
Why should I lie? Believe me. He was a good husband to me sometimes. It was only when I had the drink that he was bad. We had such a long time together when we were happy always. And then, once he had struck me, it was perhaps easier for him the next time. He was not himself when he drank, you know. He was not. I forgave him each time. He cried with me so many times afterwards. What could I do but forgive him? I loved him.
Yes, Elsa. I guess a dead guy can say his say. Even if nobody can hear him. I know you loved me. And I loved you. Always. I don't know how this happened, Elsa. But whatever it was, I had it coming, didn't I? I asked for it. Nobody in the world would ever believe that I loved you. Nobody but you. I don't know what they'll do to you, Elsa. But I wish I could take the rap for you. It isn't enough, just being dead.
And it was 9 o'clock and then 10 o'clock. And I was so tired. And so I went and made myself a bite to eat alone. And then I came back to the ironing. I'm afraid I'm slow at my work, but I'm very careful.
And you were ironing when we came in?
Yes. Yes, I was ironing. The door opened, and I saw at once that he had been drinking. He walked across the room to me, and he stood there and smiled at me the way he always smiled when he was angry. And he said, "What are you doing, Elsa? Ironing?" And I said, "Yes." He pushed the ironing board against me and fell. And the iron burned my hand, and he bent over to pick me up, and I struck him with the iron. I'd never struck him before, but I killed him. Now take me away and hang me. I do not want to live after this.
She got down from the witness box. She started to walk out of the courtroom. She stopped in front of the jury box, and she looked at each one of the other 12 people. The man that said he was a bookbinder, and the young salesman, the girl with the red feather in her hat, and all the rest of them. And when she had looked at each one of them, she looked at me. And she saw me. I know she saw me.
Come, Irving. Come home with me.
I got up from my chair, and I went out the little gate in the jury box, and I walked along with her. And we went through the little fence in front and down the aisle, and Charlie Brooks got up and walked on one side of her, and Dominic Gaffig and the policeman, he got up and walked on the other side of her, and we walked out. And there was another policeman with us, and I was walking behind them. And when we got out of the courtroom, it was all dark out there, and I felt awful. And I just got one glimpse of her as she turned her head over her shoulder. And I was walking in the dark for a long, long time. And I didn't know where I was, and then all of a sudden it was awful bright. And I felt somebody kick at me. And there was Charlie Brooks.
And if you ever come back in this place again, drunk or sober, I'll beat your brains out. You hear me?
And the door closed behind him. And I was in the snow. And my head hurt worse than ever. I get up. And I walk in the snow. I stagger. I stagger a long, long way in the snow. I'm going home. That's where I'm going home. This is the house. This is the stairway. And this is the door. So, that's Elsa standing there alongside the ironing board. Hey, I'm not dead. What you doing, Elsa? Ironing? You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Irving, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Elsa was Lotta Stavisky. The district attorney was Jim Bowles. Gaffigan was played by Ed Latimer. Charlie Brooks was Murray Forbes, and the judge was Harry Worth. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
I've got a story for you next week called The Green Light.
So until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear And Now.
Presents Sanctum Mystery, starring Simone. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is, of course, Raymond, your host. Please come in, won't you? Make yourself comfortable in any gloomy corner. We had intended to have a real surprise for you tonight. Instead of myself, we were going to have a guest ghost to act as host. But, unfortunately, this real ghost caught pneumonia, and he's in a very grave condition. The doctors have given up all hope. He's going to become alive.
Well, Mr. Raymond, I must admit I'm glad that ghost couldn't come. It's difficult enough to talk to you. But heavens, I wouldn't know what to say to a ghost.
Oh, well, that's simple, Mary. All you have to do is find out whether it's a he ghost or a she ghost.
And if it's a she?
Oh, then you compliment her on her appearance. You say, darling, what a divine sheet you're wearing.
That's right, Mr. Raymond. The ladies are always interested in something new to wear. And right now, I'm going to tell them about something they'll all want. It's a lovely piece of jewelry, a real sterling silver medallion about an inch in diameter. It's the kind of jewelry you find at those smart shops on Fifth Avenue in New York. But the only way you can get it is from Lipton's. The medallion is decorated with a Chinese inscription, and it's hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon. That's the height of fashion this year, you know. And here's how you get the medallion. Just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92, New York City. Yes, that's Box 92 in New York City.
And now it's time to begin. Our story is called The Black Art. It's an original tale by Milton Lewis. And our star tonight is that glamorous motion picture star, Simone, who'll play the role of Claudine. So, gather close and get ready to hear a sweet little tale that'll make you wake up screaming for at least the next 2 weeks. You all set? Now remember, if you don't want your hair to stand on end, get someone to sit on your head. Okay? All right, now let's hear Larry Gifford tell you his story in his own words.
I wish I never heard that scream. I wish I never saw a body lying there. Blood all over the room. The knife on the floor near her throat. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget how I picked up the knife. I'll never forget the sweat that came creeping out all over me when I heard the door slam.
Stand where you are. You make a move, I'll blow your head off.
Don't shoot, copper.
Drop that knife.
Okay. What's your name? Larry Gifford. Look, I'm from Chicago.
Stranger, huh?
Yeah, what of it?
What's her name?
Her? I don't know. I never saw her before. Look, you don't have to frisk me. I haven't got a gun. Shut up. I know it looks bad, but you see, my room's downstairs. I heard a scream, and Give me back that wallet.
Your hands up. Roll papers.
What of it? So I'm an ex-con, so what?
You don't know, huh?
No, I don't. What have you got there?
Just a picture I found in your wallet, mister. Picture of her. And Larry. And all my love, Nancy. Reckon you forgot about this, huh?
Yeah, but look, I didn't kill her.
Shut up. I think I heard that scream and came up here. Put out your hands.
Sure. You can have them. Here. Come back here. Come back. I didn't get far. The crowd in the street snapped me. They gathered when they heard the shots and scream. I was dumped in jail. Well, this was a little burg in the bayou country not far from New Orleans. I was the biggest thing that hit the town since Ripley's Believe It or Not. For them jerks, my trial was a bigger show than Carmen Miranda and Gypsy Rose Lee doing a trapeze act. In no time at all, they sentenced me to be hung. It was the night before they were going to take me to the state pen for the necktie party. I was sleeping, dreaming I was in Africa. They were beating them drums. Tom-toms. Suddenly I woke up. Moonlight was shining through the bars of my cell. I listened. Someone was beating like a tom-tom on the wall of my jail. Who is it? Who's doing that?
Larry Gifford.
Yeah, that's me. Were you beating on the wall?
I'm under your cell window.
What do you want?
Drop one end of your tie through the bars.
Okay. There.
I've got it.
What are you doing?
Pull up your tie.
Okay.
Got it?
A gun? Yeah, I got it.
Good luck.
Thanks, baby. Whoever you are.
What's going on there, Gifford?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Why?
I heard talking.
Oh, I was talking in my sleep.
You never done that before.
I never was going to be hung before.
What you holding there?
Come here, I'll show you.
What's that?
A gun. Yeah, and it's got enough bullets to fill your head with lead. Go there. Open that door. Open it or I'll give it to you between the eyes. Go on.
Don't shoot.
Okay. Now take your gun. Give me those keys. See how you like it in there for a while. Come on.
Stop him! Prisoner to escape! Let me out! Prisoner to escape!
The Blue Bottle Bar. Someone told me it was a good joint where they don't ask any questions. It was. I had a few drinks. I was leaning on the bar, looking at a paper.
Are you drinking?
Scotch.
Buy me one.
I gave it once over. I know something about dames, and she was dynamite with class. She was something.
Well?
Set up another, Charlie.
Cigarette?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a nice cigarette holder. Must cost at least a C.
You know enough, don't you?
Enough? I know you.
Do you?
Sure. There's something about... Wait a second. Here. Here in this evening's paper, your picture.
Oh, it's not a very good picture, is it?
After seeing you, no. Claudia Lucerne. Recently returned from France. Elected head of art committee. Miss Lucerne, member of one of New Orleans' oldest and wealthiest families.
I've read it. Turn the page.
Why?
I want to show you something.
Okay.
There. Larry Gifford of Chicago, wanted for murder, is sought by police after sensational jail death.
I do not read anymore.
Why?
Feel something against your side?
It's
It's a gun. I'm holding it in my pocket.
Don't be afraid. I won't give you away. Got a light?
Yeah. What do you want?
Listen to that music.
That tapping.
What about it?
The way you're tapping your cigarette holder against your glass.
I'm just keeping time to the music.
I heard that tapping before. Yeah, sure, in the cell. And I heard your voice before.
Did you?
You gave me the gun.
Now, let me hear you.
What's this all about?
You'll find out. Relax.
I can't. I guess I had a few too many. My head, I feel like I'm spinning around, getting dizzy. Two green eyes, pink with blood around the edges, looked at me out of a queer furry head. It was the head of a bat. It smiled. It had sharp little bat teeth that had pink on them. There was an ache in my throat. I looked again. It wasn't a bat's face. It was hers. Claudia. Her dream. Oh. Where am I?
My suite at the hotel.
How did I get here?
You passed out at the Blue Bottle. I brought you here.
When?
2 hours ago.
Oh, I must have been sleeping. I had the queerest dream. I thought... Oh.
What's the matter?
My throat. That pain. Like a knife. Those green eyes of yours. That red mouth. Those white teeth. Look, we're going to have a showdown right now. And where's my gun?
I took it.
Look, what do you want with me?
Nothing you don't want to do yourself.
Don't talk in riddles.
Have you ever been in love?
Sure, dames are always falling for me. Why?
I guess that's what happened to me.
Are you kidding?
No. Do you think I'd get you out of jail for a while?
But I never saw you before.
I saw you at the trial. That's where it happened.
Oh, how can a dame like you go for a guy like me?
I don't know. But it happened.
I don't believe it.
I'm sorry.
Come here.
Yes?
I'm going to kiss you, baby.
Larry. Oh, Larry.
Yeah, it's a funny thing to do. Kiss a guy on the neck. I'd better wipe that lipstick off. Hey.
What's the matter?
My handkerchief, that ain't lip rouge on my neck. It's blood.
No, you're making a mistake.
My neck's bleeding. What kind of a dame are you, anyway? I'm getting out.
No, don't. If you go, I'd tell him who you are.
Oh, you will?
Yes, and Oh!
You won't tell him for a while, baby. Grady's joint in the old city of New Orleans was just a place. She'd never find me in that dump. Nobody'd ever find you there. I got a rule. I went to sleep. I was safe. Then I heard it again. That same rhythm. It woke me up. I heard it, but I couldn't believe it. How could she know I was here? Or was it her? There's nobody in the room. I opened the door. Nobody outside. I slammed it. The beating stopped. I turned around. She's looking into the muzzle of a gun.
Sit down, Larry.
How'd you get here?
My Grady ran to the room next to you. There's a connecting door.
What's the idea of the gun?
Can't you guess?
You gonna kill me?
Maybe.
Well, you're going to a lot of trouble to bump off a guy who's going to be hung anyway.
Do you want to die?
No.
There is a way you can live.
How?
By coming with me.
Yeah. What else have I got to do?
Marry me?
You're right over your head.
You hate me?
No. No, I don't. I don't hate you. I'm scared of you. Yeah, I've never been scared of anybody the way I'm scared of you.
Scared enough to do as I say?
Maybe.
I had hoped you would love me.
Maybe I do.
You're lying.
No. No, baby.
It's no use.
Look, what are you going to do?
Kill you?
No, put the gun down. Give me a break. Don't.
Man, that Claudine's a kid of her words. When she tells someone she's gonna kill him, she does it. She'd make a wonderful wife for some Frankenstein monster. She's attractive, a good killer, and she has a well-developed thirst for blood. Hey, why should I hand her over to some other guy? She's just a gal for me.
Nonsense, Mr. Raymond.
Why, Mary Bennett, I believe you're jealous.
I am not.
Yes, you are. You're thinking what a handsome couple you and I would make strolling down the avenue, me dressed in a shroud, and you wearing your new sterling silver medallion.
Now, don't you go making fun of my lovely medallion, because I want all the ladies to send in for one. I know they're going to enjoy wearing it, because it's made of solid sterling silver, and it's really a fine piece of jewelry. Besides, there's a true story behind this medallion, an inspiring story. It seems that the original was given to an American flyer by Chinese guerrillas who rescued him after he'd bailed out over enemy territory. The flyer was told that the Chinese characters on the medallion would identify him and bring him safely through the lines. Well, he did get through, and only then did he learn that the medallion said, "Good luck," in Chinese. Now, there's a story to tell your friends. And to get this good luck charm, just like the one the flyer carried, all you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
Now, let's get back to our star, Simone, who seems to be making life hard for a guy named Larry. The last time we looked in, she had just shot him. But I've got a tip that that's only the beginning of his troubles. How about it, Larry? What happened then?
Went down in a heap when she fired. The bullets caught me in the thigh. I lay there, laid out like I was dead.
Larry.
And she fell for it. She bent over me, a gun in her hand.
Larry. Oh!
Take it easy, kid.
Let go of my hand.
Now, do I get that gun?
Let go. Let go.
Get that gun if I have to break your arm.
No,
Okay. Got it now. You shot me in the leg, but I'm still strong enough to get rid of you.
No.
I'm no angel, baby, but you're worse. You're something I heard about, but I never believed. How'd you know I'd be here? How'd you know I'd be in the blue bottle? Go on, answer me.
I've got nothing to tell.
No, you don't have to. Magic. Black magic. Somebody nobody'd believe if I ever told him. There's only one thing to do with you.
Yes?
Kill you. But I ain't taking any chances like you did with me. When I kill you, you're going to stay dead. Those tom-toms are going to stop forever.
You think so, Larry?
I know it. Come here.
Larry,
Shut up.
Oh!
I knocked her out cold. She lay on the floor. Put the muzzle of the gun to her temple. She was so beautiful it made you shiver. Pull the trigger. I looked. What I saw nearly made me pass out. A little blue vein on the temple was beating. There wasn't a scratch on her. A little curl of red hair was twisted around her ear. Was I seeing things? I aimed the gun at her heart. Nothing. Not a speck of blood. I stuck the muzzle between her eyes. Shot till the gun clicked empty. I looked. The white skin on her face was more beautiful than ever. Had to get away. Out of the same city where she was, out of the same state, the same world. I let out for the open country, to the bayous on the river back in New Orleans. My wounds festered as I dragged myself through the swamps. And I got a fever. It's like a nightmare. In my head, I kept feeling those tom-toms. I couldn't take a train or a bus or go to a doctor. I'd be caught. One night I saw a big house shining in the moonlight. I decided to take a chance. I knocked at the door.
What is it?
Sorry, miss. I was hunting. I had an accident in my leg.
Oh.
If you let me come in and call a doctor, I'd be very grateful.
You don't want to come into this house.
Can't you see I need help?
You'll never be helped here. There's nothing good here, only evil and fear. So go away, please. I'm warning you. Go away before my sister comes out.
What's the matter with you? Don't you see I can hardly move?
Go away while you still have the strength to crawl away. Now, believe me.
Close the door, Bessie.
That voice.
That's my sister.
It's your sister.
Claudia, Mr.
Good evening, Larry. I was wondering when you'd get here.
You know him?
Yes. Mr. Gifford and I are old friends.
How can you have a friend?
Now, Cassie.
He's someone like you.
You mustn't mind her, Larry. Cassie isn't quite well.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Gifford. But I do know that she's brought you here to kill me.
Cassie?
I knew it would happen on a night like this when the moon was full. She's been preparing for it for months. I've told everyone about it, but no one will believe me. I've told them again and again, and they say I'm insane. They think I've lost my mind. But she is going to murder me tonight while the moon is full. She's going to murder me.
Go to your room, Cassie, immediately.
Yes. Go. I'll go.
How did you get here?
I live here. Come, Larry. You must know by this time that you can't fight me.
Yes, I thought I'd never see you again. I'm not well. I've got a fever. Hey, that tom-tom beating in my brain. I can't stop it. It's getting louder and louder. I blacked out. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a soft bed with clean sheets. Someone had dressed my wounds. The moonlight came into my room like a living yellow ghost. And I heard it. Just like the one Nancy made when she was killed. I limped out of bed, went to the room next door. It was Kathy on the floor, murdered. The knife was still in her neck. And I heard it again. The tom-tom. Queer sounding this time. I felt myself beginning to sway to the rhythm like a dancer. Then I did something I couldn't stop myself from doing. I put my hands down, drew out the knife, wiped my bloody hand on my shirt. Suddenly I looked up. She was there. Claudine.
Drop the knife, Larry.
What have you got in your hand?
This? This came from the skeleton of someone who was once alive.
You're another woman. You're a devil. I'm going to...
Don't come any closer, Larry. I don't want to kill you just yet.
Just yet? So we're close to the payoff.
Yes. You're trembling, Larry.
Who are you?
There's no reason why I cannot tell you now. You don't believe, do you, that there are unseen powers that can be controlled by someone who knows how?
I can believe anything about you.
Thank you, Larry. Your heart is pounding like a throbbing drum, isn't it, Larry? You can feel death close, can't you?
What have you got to say to me?
I'm going to tell you a story. The story of a child who was brought up on this estate by a strange old woman, a conjure woman. In her head were all the black arts of the world. She taught me.
Why are you telling me this?
It amuses me to watch you a murderer, helpless and terrified. So terrified you can hardly breathe. I find it very exciting.
Then it was blood I found on my handkerchief.
Yes. It is one of the ways to gain complete power over a person.
And the tom-tom.
Another spell to make you do what I want.
And the murder of your sister? You want me to be the patsy for that?
You're beginning to understand. You see, Cassie and I inherited the estate. There's really not enough for both of us.
Well, tell them I did it.
Yeah. And that I killed you in self-defense.
What are you looking at me that way for?
I was remembering something.
Remembering? Oh. That kiss, baby, wasn't it? You're the devil, but still a woman, ain't you? You didn't forget that kiss, did you?
No.
Well, what are you going to do?
Come here. Closer.
Well,
Don't move. There.
You're going to let me live.
Well, it's my life against yours, you fool.
Oh, put that gun down.
Well, I'm finished.
Please, give me a break. I'm begging you.
Begging you?
I'll do anything you say. Just give me a chance, please.
Here it comes, Larry, between your eyes.
How do you feel today, Gifford?
Much better, officer. Leg's healing fine.
We checked that crazy story you told us. It's all true.
Tell me something. How'd you know to come to the Lucerne place when you did? You arrived just in time. A second later and she would have killed me.
Kathy, your sister, phoned us, told us to come out. I came in the room and saw her threatening you with a gun. I shot at her. I had to. Got her in the shoulder.
Should have killed her.
State will take care of that.
Did you believe the story she told you at first? That I killed her sister and she was killing me in self-defense?
No. You see, Gifford, we'd found out that you weren't a murderer. You didn't kill Nancy Warren. The man who did that confessed. That made her whole story false.
How did she do it, Captain? How did she find out where I always went?
The psychiatrist said she did it by post-hypnotic suggestion. She told you where to go while you were asleep, and you never realized that you were always doing just what you wanted.
But the bullets, when I shot at her and tried to kill her, how'd she do that?
It was all carefully planned. The first shot she fired at you were real bullets. The others in the gun were blanks. She wanted to get you so thoroughly under her power that you think she couldn't be killed. You see, all this so-called black magic has an explanation.
Has it? I wonder.
Oh, that black magic.
I tell you what I'm going to do. Step right this way, friends, and get yourself a post-hypnotic suggestion. Spell it backwards, and you get murder. What then? You can't spell. Ain't you lucky?
Talking of luck, Mr. Raymond, I think Larry Gifford was mighty lucky to escape that awful woman.
Oh, well, you see, Mary, it's very simple. He probably wore one of your good luck medallions.
Oh, no, that's plain silly. A man wouldn't wear a medallion on a black rayon satin ribbon. It's the ladies who like jewelry. Yes, that's why I know that they'll appreciate this solid sterling silver medallion that the Lipton people want to send them. And, ladies, here's how you get it. Send just 25 cents, which includes tax and postage, with a box top from a package of Liptons, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92 in New York City.
The moral for tonight's assault on your nerves is never marry a dame who sucks blood out of your throat. Such dames give you a pain in the neck. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is The Red Right Hand by Joel Townsley Rogers. Yes, and don't you dare miss next week's story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a pair of murderers who get scared to death. They're more frightened than the guy they're murdering. So if you hear some static on your radio next Tuesday, it'll just be their knees knocking together. Well, now I guess it's really time to close that there squeaking door, so good night, for real. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, the next time you send a box of food to your boy overseas, be sure to include a package or two of Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix. You see, Lipton's is just like a taste of home. It has the same homemade, chickeny taste as the soup you make yourself. The soup your boy's always been so fond of. That's why it's such a thoughtful, welcome little gift to send Lipton's. And as you know yourself, Lipton's noodle soup makes a grand snack. So remember, send a package or two to your boy. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dark fantasy.
I am the master of the Headless Dead.
I say, guard.
Just call me Swiss, sir. Spelled with an E at the end.
Yes, of course. You reminded me before.
What were you about to say, sir?
I was about to observe that this Tower of London is quite a historic place.
That it is, sir. Historic indeed.
And haunted, I've heard tell.
Oh, have you now, sir?
Oh, yes. Don't tell me you haven't heard stories about the Tower's ghosts.
Perhaps I have. Perhaps not.
Of course, I don't believe that sort of rubbish, you know.
Rubbish?
Certainly rubbish. Don't tell me, Mr. Swift, with an E. Don't tell me you believe in such things as ghosts and haunts.
What I believe, sir, I believe.
Certainly not the legend of the gambling spook of Wycott Hall.
The ghost invariably appears whenever a gambling game is in progress at Wycott Hall here in the tower, and always wins the stakes.
Yes. Don't tell me you believe such a fantastic yarn as that. Or such an unbelievable story as the one about the pig-faced spectre of the rectory.
I imagine Brother Randolph would tell you there's nothing fantastic about the story at all.
Brother Randolph?
Yes, sir. He's the overseer of the rectory. He's seen the spectre many times.
No, he's probably just superstitious.
Brother Randolph says the thing is always dressed in a long black cloak. Has the body of a human, but the face is that of some grotesque and repulsive animal.
It sounds like an old wives' tale.
Oh, mind you, sir, I'm not trying to convince you about such things. That's the entrance to the choir loft, the chapel over there.
Chapel. Didn't know there was one in here.
It's the chapel of St. Peter Adventula.
Is it possible for me to go in there?
Begging your pardon, sir, that's what the climb up the stairs was for. We always like to show visitors the choir loft, the chapel.
Well, then, let's have a gander at the place, shall we?
Yes, it is, sir. Yeah, the key. We always keep this locked. More Abbott than anything else. Nobody ever climbs those steps unless they're showing them through the tower. Here we are, sir.
Yeah, I say. It's dark in there. How about a light, my man?
Oh, no, blimey. I completely forgot to turn the lights on the fuse box down below. If you don't mind waiting, sir.
Oh, no. Wait. I wouldn't ask anyone to climb those steps again. There's enough light coming through the stained glass panes. I say, will you lead the way?
Yes, of course. Watch your step, sir. Step up here. There you are, sir. You can observe the chapel below, sir.
Yes. Deserted looking, isn't it?
It isn't as deserted as you might think, sir.
What was that?
You see only as far as you permit yourself to see, sir.
I don't believe I understand.
If you look for emptiness, sir, you see emptiness.
But it is empty down there.
Is it, sir?
I suppose you're trying to tell me this chapel is haunted, too.
Hasn't it a right to be, sir?
Right.
Yes, indeed. You see, sir, it's the burial place of the Headless Dead.
It's another of those idiotic legends.
Hardly a legend. You see those flagstones down there, in front of the altar?
Faintly, yes.
Those stones form more than just the sanctuary floor, sir. They are also tombstones.
Why do you tell me such a thing as that, Mr. Swift?
Because it's truth.
You mean people are buried beneath those flagstones?
Including, I might add, 2 of England's queens.
Not actually.
Oh, yes, actually.
I've never heard that before.
Few people have, sir.
Then that's why you say the place down there isn't deserted.
In a manner of speaking, that's what I mean. Yes. Have you observed the huge pipe organ here in the loft, sir?
Oh, yes. I noticed when we came in. But getting back to what you were talking...
It's quite a famous instrument, I must say. Been played by dozens of famous people.
Oh, it has? Could I play it?
Well, it's against regulations, sir, but, well, if you play softly, sir.
Oh, now, I say, that's mighty good of you. I do have somewhat of a reputation for playing the organ.
You play well, sir. Quite well.
Thank you. A rather old instrument, isn't it? Beautiful tone, though. Beautiful.
Et verum erat in principio.
What's that?
Ac erat in principio apud verbum.
Keep playing, sir. Keep playing. What? Quickly, sir, before it's too late. Play.
In testimonium.
That voice. What is it?
No one knows. He always speaks like that in Latin. Whenever a stranger plays his organ for the first time.
Et testimonium peribere delumine.
Can you see who it is?
No one has ever seen who it is.
Is he gone?
Yes. You'll hear no more of him today.
But what's the explanation? Who is it? Why does he do that?
There is no explanation. I must admit, sir, I've often heard of the ghost of St. Peter's Chapel, but this is the first time I've actually heard him.
He always does that?
Whenever a stranger plays his organ for the first time.
Will he return if I play again?
No. He always speaks just once. Then he's never heard again until another organist plays for the first time.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible.
I say, sir, it's about closing time. Do you mind if I leave you now?
Why, no, of course not.
You recall your way out of the tower, I trust. Look around a while longer if you wish, and I'll return later to lock this car loft.
But I don't know whether I want to remain here.
Oh, don't worry, sir. You're quite all right. Besides, you don't believe in such rubbish as ghosts.
Yes, but
I'm happy to show you around, sir. By the way, what did you say your name is?
Holman. Frederick J. Holman.
Oh, then I'm very happy to have known you, Mr. Holman. Who knows? Perhaps your visit here will make you a changed man.
Now, whatever did he mean by that? I say, what's come over me? I feel so sleepy. Yes, sleepy. I'd best sit here in this pew. Strange. Never felt like this before. I'll sleep here a while, then go home. Huh? What's that? Oh,
sleep. Oh, I remember now. I slept here in this chapel pew. I say, the door's closed now. Mr. Swift evidently returned, locked me in. That's strange. Why didn't he awaken me? What's that? No. No. It can't be. Those stones at the foot of the altar. They're being pushed up by someone underneath. Hands. And arms. Long, bony arms. Pushing up the flagstones. And over to the right. Two ghostly figures. Rising out of the tombs in the floor. No. No, it's not possible. It can't be. Figures. Dozens of them now. Leaving their tombs. Forming a procession down the middle aisle of the chapel. And each of them is headless. And carrying his head before him in his hands. Look at them. Marching. In a slow procession down the center aisle. Marching. 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 On soundless feet. That man in front. The one in ancient armor. He seems to be the leader of those fantastic creatures. Oh, is this a dream? Is this a nightmare?
No. It is not a dream.
How did you get up here? Just a moment ago, you were down below, leading the procession.
It is not our custom to hold our rights while an intruder is present.
But I was locked in here. I didn't intend to be here.
Now that you are here, you must make the most of it.
What do you mean?
You're now as one of us.
It was you who prayed when I played the organ earlier today.
Yes. I always pray when a stranger sits at the console. You see, it was I who first played this organ when it was installed. Don't you think I play well?
But why do you return when others play it?
Because no one could ever play it as well as I. Therefore, I pray for them.
You're dead. And yet, you're playing the instrument now.
Yes. I always provide the music for our nightly meetings.
I don't understand all this. Those others down there, they're ghastly creatures. Headless.
Yes. They were less fortunate than I. You see, I managed to keep my head.
They were executed?
How else would they have come to be headless? You see, we will become quite uncomfortable lying in our graves beneath the flagstone floor if we didn't arise occasionally and stretch ourselves.
Good heavens.
Look you, down below there. Will it amaze you for me to tell you that in that procession are some of history's most famous people?
Surely this isn't happening.
Indeed. Believe me, you're quite mistaken. Didn't you know that here in the chapel of St. Peter and Ventula are buried such famous people as Sir Thomas More, Henry VIII's queens, Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard?
Do remember that, but
as well as Lady Jane Grey and Dudley, her husband, and Sir Walter Raleigh and the Duke of Monmouth.
But they have all been dead for hundreds of years.
How true. How very true. Rick Holman, you will join us.
What?
I said you will join in the procession with us.
No, not I.
It must be so. No one can look upon the possession of the Headless Dead unless he joined them to save himself.
Save myself? What do you mean?
You will discover what I mean if you refuse to take part in the ceremony.
But not now. Not tonight. Perhaps later. Yes, some other time.
It will be more satisfactory for you to join us tonight.
I can't tonight. Can't we make it some other night? Honestly, I fell asleep here. It's later than I thought.
It's exactly midnight.
I must return home. My family will be frantic. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll return to join you
tomorrow at midnight. What? Tomorrow at midnight. You will return to join in the procession.
Yes. Yes, that's fine. You can count on it.
Raise your right hand.
My right hand?
Yes, raise it. Now, repeat after me. I solemnly swear.
I solemnly swear.
By the souls of the sacred dead.
By the souls of the sacred dead.
To return to this chapel tomorrow at midnight.
To return to this chapel tomorrow at midnight.
So help me, heaven.
So help me, heaven.
Now, you may go.
Yes, but the door to the choir loft is locked.
It is locked. But you will have no trouble going out through it. And remember, Frederick Holman, tomorrow night at midnight.
Frederick, dear, you're worried about something. I know you are. It was 1 o'clock when you came home last night. You've never done that before.
No, I know, Laura, my dear, I know.
You acted so strangely when you did get home. What's more, you didn't sleep. You tossed all night long.
Laura, I must tell you something.
Well, I certainly think I have some explanation coming.
Yes. Yes, you have. I don't know how you're going to accept this, but... Well, here goes. I went to visit the Tower of London yesterday. I saw the prison cells and the execution and torture chambers. Finally, the guard took me to the little chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. So I promised to return to the chapel tonight at midnight. And they permitted me to leave the chapel.
Frederick, surely you were dreaming.
No, I'm sure it was no dream. It was all too realistic. I saw those people and heard them.
Oh, but things like that don't happen.
I'm very positive this happened, Laura.
Oh, nonsense. You were just affected by those ghost stories that guy told you about the tower.
Oh, dear, you're wrong. I've never believed in such things before. No. Well.
But surely you don't intend to go back there tonight. Do you?
I don't know, Laura. I don't know. Hello. Hello, Laura. I say, Laura, are you there? Laura. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I thought for a moment we'd been disconnected. Yes, I can hear you now. And what I called for, dear, was to say I'm dining at the club tonight. Yes, old Simon Joster is off to the Orient. We're having a dinner for him. Yes, I'll be home early. Huh? What's that? No, Laura. I've decided not to go to the tower tonight. I think you're probably right. It all must have been a dream.
Good evening, Mr. Holman. Your car, sir.
Thank you, Henry.
Shall I drive you to the tower, sir?
Tower? Of course not, Henry. Drive me straight home. Whatever made you think I'd want to go to the tower at this time of night?
I don't rightly know, sir. Begging your pardon, Mr. Holman, I don't know what made me ask you that. Really, I don't.
Don't drive me home, Henry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, what time do you have, Henry?
It's just a minute or two before midnight, sir.
Oh, very well. Take me home at once.
Did you say something, sir?
Did you hear something, Henry?
Hear something, sir?
Yes, that voice.
Voice, Mr. Holman.
Don't you hear that voice?
No, sir, I don't hear nothing, sir.
Listen. It's him. Listen to him.
You must be tired, sir. There's nobody.
That voice.
Really, sir.
Don't tell me you haven't heard of the gambling spook of Waikato.
No. Oh, it can't be.
Or to the Randolph's pig-faced spectre of the rectory.
No one could ever play the organ as well as I.
That's what he said. The man in armor.
You see, only as far as you permit yourself to see, sir.
You see, I managed to keep my head.
If you look for emptiness, sir, you see emptiness.
Then it wasn't a dream.
The flagstones of the sanctuary floor are also tombstones.
It's true. It wasn't a dream.
You must join our procession.
Henry.
The Headless Dead.
Join our procession.
The Headless Dead.
Join our procession.
The Headless Dead.
Henry, in the name of heaven, man, look where you're driving.
I can't stop, sir.
Look out, you're going to hit that rock. Mr. Holmes! Henry, look out! Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holman, are you all right, sir? We hit that truck and... Mr. Holman, we hit that truck broadside and... Mr. Holman, look at him.
Greetings, Frederick Holman, and welcome. I am pleased that you have kept your appointment with us.
You have heard The Headless Dead, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris played Frederick Holman, Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Mrs. Holman, Fred Wayne was Swift, Garland Moss was the leader of The Headless Dead, and Murillo Schofield was heard as the chauffeur. Next Friday night at this same time, we'll bring you a strange and weird tale of the unusual. Death is a savage deity, based upon Scott Bishop's novel of the same name. Listen for this breathtaking tale of witchcraft and black magic. Dark Fantasy originates each Friday night in the studios of WKY, Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call I Won't Die Alone. Our story begins in 1931. Two young men are speeding along in a car on a lonely West Virginia road at 70 miles an hour. There's a tight, tense look on the face of the driver, Steve Martin, as he takes the curves on the road without slowing down. His companion, Chuck Williams, wipes the perspiration from his face with trembling hands. He turns and watches the road behind fearfully, now and then glancing at Steve's face for reassurance.
Turn on the radio, Chuck. Let's see if they got an alarm out yet.
Yeah, okay. Well, what do you think our chances are, Steve?
Hard to say. All depends on how fast the cops spread the word.
The two men robbed the Third National Bank of Louisburg of over $250,000 shortly before closing time. Word has just been received that the two bank robbers are now driving east on Highway 6B towards the Allegheny Mountains.
That's not good.
State Police Car 9 take up position at junction of Highway 11A and River Road.
They're moving fast.
State Police Car 10 take up position at junction of Highway 3 and Highway 6B.
Steve, Highway 6B, we're on it.
Yeah.
That is all. Stand by for further orders.
Steve, you gotta turn back. We're headed for a trap.
Take it easy, will you? There's still a chance. 20 miles ahead, there's a small dirt road that'll detour us right around them.
20 miles? We'll never make it, Steve. Isn't there any other road we can turn off on?
No.
Are you sure?
I was born in these parts. I know every inch of the country.
Steve, let's ditch the car and cut towards the mountains on foot.
Are you crazy? It's 40 miles to the mountains. We'd never make it walking. Gotta keep driving. It's our only chance.
We'll run right into that trap, I tell you. They'll be waiting with Tommy guns. We'll be dead pigeons.
Okay, then we'll be dead pigeons.
I'd give up my share to haul right now to be out of this. You gotta get me out of this, Steve. You gotta.
Oh, shut up.
Look, Steve, if you were to let me out of the car and keep on going yourself, I might be able to get away. The cops would be so busy chasing you, I'd be able to give them the slip.
You lousy rat.
Now, look at it my way, Steve. There ain't no use both are getting caught. That don't make sense.
You're great when it comes to sharing the dough, but when the heat's on, you want out.
Yeah, but I'm willing to pay for you can keep my share of the bank call. Now, that's fair enough, ain't it? Huh?
A lot of good that dought'll do me if I get caught, but I'm sick of hearing you whine. All right, it's a deal. If I get through, the dough's all mine. If I don't, well, I don't.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks. I'll never forget this.
Come on, get out.
Which way do I go, Steve?
Head across the fields until you hit a small stream. Then head upstream for about 6 miles. There's a railroad water tower there. You ought to be able to hop a freight.
Thanks, Steve. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah. So long, Chuck.
Hello? Where are you?
Here, Chuck. Wondering when you'd show up. See by the paper that got Steve.
Yeah. Now, let me see that paper. Says here they caught him yesterday afternoon at 5. An hour after I left him.
What'd you do, run out on him?
No, I didn't run out on him. I just played it smart. What are you looking at me like that for? There wasn't no sense in both our being caught, was there?
No, I guess not. Where's the dough?
What dough?
The $254,000 you got in the bank job.
Steve had the dough.
What? Look what it says there in the paper.
Huh?
Go ahead, read it.
Martin, when captured, told police he knew nothing about the stolen bank money. Police believe that Martin's unknown companion escaped with the loot. But I didn't, Floyd. Steve had that dough when I left him.
Then why didn't the police find it when they caught him?
There's only one answer. Steve stopped and hid the dough someplace before they got him.
Yeah, that must be it. Steve's too smart to risk being caught and having all that dough taken away from him. Poor guy. They'll probably throw the book at him.
Where you been so long? What happened at the trial?
They give him 25 years.
25 years?
Mm-hmm.
How did he take it?
He didn't bat an eye.
Maybe he'll think things over and squeal on
Oh,
me.
stop sniffling, will you? Steve isn't the kind of a guy to do anything like that.
Yeah, sure. Why should he want to squeal on me? Besides, if he did, the cops would find out that I didn't have the bank, though. That it's Steve who got it. He wouldn't want that to happen. Sure. Why, with good behavior, he'll be out in 18 or 19 years. And he'll have all that dough hid.
I'd rather have the 18 or 19 years, not dough. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Chuck.
Wait a minute, Flo. Don't go.
What?
Why not stick around? We'd make a good team. We don't need Steve.
We don't, huh? And just what would I get sticking around? You haven't got brain, muscle, or dough. What's the attraction?
Listen, Flo, stick with me and I'll get dough. I've always gotten what I wanted in the end.
Without Steve, you haven't got a chance. He had all the brains, all the guts.
Yeah, and what did it get him? You notice I ain't behind bars. And I'll get that big dough yet.
3 cheers. When you do, look me up.
17 years passed. 17 years in which earth-shaking events took place. With the passing of time, Steve Martin became just a memory to Chuck Williams and Flo Duval. During the 30s, Chuck struggled desperately to make money in a half-dozen petty rackets, but failed miserably. However, with the coming of the war, his luck changed, and in the years that followed, he thrived on the black market. And with his newfound wealth, he was able to win Flo Duval. 1948 found Chuck Williams a happy, prosperous citizen without a care in the world.
How many times have I told you to knock before you come into this office?
Look, Napoleon, save that big shot stuff for your stooges.
Same old Flo. I guess that's what I like about you, baby.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, you've got that superior look on your face again. Who are you planning to knife now?
I just got word that our old pal Steve is getting out of prison tomorrow.
Steve Martin?
The one and only. Been 17 years now. It's a long time.
Yeah.
Think I'll drive down to the prison. Be there when Steve gets out.
What for? You haven't bothered to write or visit him since the day he was sent up?
I know. But it's a matter of unfinished business between the two of us.
Unfinished business?
Yeah. To be exact, $254,000.
You mean you're going after that dough that Steve has stashed away?
That's just what I mean.
But you gave up your share of that bank dough the day you and Steve separated.
Man can always change his mind.
Chuck, leave Steve alone. That money by rights is his. He paid 17 years for it. Besides, you don't need it. You got more dough than that already.
Maybe so, but that isn't going to stop me from getting that $254,000. And you ought to know by this time I always get what I go after. I got you, didn't I, baby, huh? And remember, baby, when those gates open and Steve comes out, let me do the talking.
Don't worry, I will. I don't want any part of this dirty deal.
Relax, baby, relax. When I get that 254 G's, I'll buy you a fancy diamond bracelet. Then you'll feel better.
Hey, boss, they're opening the gate. Is that him?
No. Steve's twice as big as that guy.
Chuck, that is Steve.
Can't be. That guy looks at least 6. You're right. It is Steve. Stay in the car. Hey, Steve. Steve, over here. What's the matter? Don't you remember an old pal?
Oh, Chuck. Well, I didn't recognize you at first.
Put it here, pal.
Yeah. I guess I'm kind of surprised to see you after all these years.
Well, I've been living in South America most of the time. Only got back a year ago. I know I should have written you, but I never was any good at that.
Boy, yeah, sure smells better out here.
Come on, let's get in my car. I got a surprise for you.
Huh? Surprise?
Yeah. You remember Flo Duval, don't you? Well, there she is.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Flo. Hey, it's nice seeing you again.
Come on, Steve, get in. We're driving you to town.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay, Felix, back to town.
Right, boss.
look well, Steve.
It's just this prison parlor, Flo. And 17 years.
Well, it's all behind you now, Steve. A few weeks of good rest and good food. You'll be a new man.
I'd like to believe that.
Just take my word for it. I'm never wrong.
Well, you seem to have done all right, Chuck.
Yeah, not bad. I own a nightclub, a bowling alley, used car business, a couple of apartment houses. I can't complain.
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm not forgetting an old pal either. Now, Flo and me want you to come and stay with us until you get on your feet. You know, a house guest.
I'd rather not, Chuck. I don't want to put you out.
Put me out? Ha! Listen to the guy. Well, we got suite servants, everything. Steve, I just won't take no for an answer.
A week passed, then 2 weeks, during which Steve Martin did little other than eat and sleep and take long walks. Chuck Williams played the role of the gracious host to perfection, and his guests lacked nothing in the way of comfort. So concerned was Chuck with his guests' welfare that he always knew exactly where Steve was and what he was doing. Then one day, as Chuck had known it would happen, Steve came into his office for a private chat.
Hey, busy, Chuck?
No. Have a seat, Steve.
Thanks.
What's on your mind?
Well, while I was doing time, my old man died and left me a small farm in West Virginia. That's where I was born and raised, you know.
Yeah, I remember you telling me.
Well, I'm going back to the old farmhouse and settle down there for a while.
I see. Well, anything you say, Steve. Only let's keep in touch, huh?
Yeah, sure thing, Chuck.
When are you thinking of leaving?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, that's soon, huh? Well, we'll have to have a little farewell party tonight, okay?
Yeah, fine. I'll see you later.
Right you are. Felix, come in here.
What's up, boss?
My pal, Steve, getting ready to make his move.
Guess he can't wait no longer to get his hands on that dough.
Looks that way. He's leaving tomorrow morning for a small farm he's got in West Virginia.
West Virginia, huh?
Yeah. Farmhouse can't be more than 30 or 40 miles from where he stashed the dough.
Is there any chance he might have hidden it on the farm?
Nah. Cops caught him before he got that far. He hid that dough someplace off Highway 6B.
How many of the boys you want me to take along?
Take 4. I don't want any slip-ups. Watch him day and night, and without being seen.
Just leave it to me.
Sooner or later, he'll lead you to the dough. When he does, well, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Okay, then. You better start packing.
The next morning, when Steve Martin took a train for West Virginia, 2 very inconspicuous men were seated at the other end of the coach he was riding in. They watched him get off the train at an all but deserted station in West Virginia and made no move to follow him. As the train started off, Steve hired a car to take him to the farm he'd inherited. And it was dusk when he finally reached the deserted farmhouse. On a heavily wooded hill 100 yards away, Felix and a companion watched through field glasses as Steve lit a fire in the farmhouse and prepared to settle down for the night. In the days and nights that followed, Felix and his men took turns watching Steve Martin's every action. And every evening, Felix would phone Chuck Williams and report that Steve hadn't made a move as yet.
How many times have I told you to knock before coming into this office?
What's the matter, Napoleon? Aren't things working out?
I told you to lay off that Napoleon stuff. I don't like it. It must be Felix. Hello?
Hello, boss. Felix.
Well, what's happening?
Nothing. He still hasn't made a move. All he does is fish and read.
What about visitors?
He hasn't seen anyone since the day he got here.
Are you sure he didn't give you the slip during the night and get the dough?
Not a chance. I got 2 boys watching the house at night.
Well, maybe he knows he's being watched, and that's why he hasn't tried anything.
I bet my last buck he hasn't spotted us.
Nothing ever goes right unless I'm running the show. I'm leaving tonight for West Virginia. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, boss. I'll be expecting you.
That's a farmhouse down there, boss. Look through the field glasses. You can see it just like you were standing in the front yard.
He's sitting on the porch reading.
Yeah, reading and fishing is all he does. He hasn't been more than a couple of 100 yards away from the house since he got here.
Well, he must have spotted you. That must be the reason he hasn't made a move.
How could he have spotted us? You can see how careful we've been.
Well, I'll wait a couple more days. See what happens.
If he doesn't move soon, I'll have to think of something else.
Leaving Felix to continue his watch over the farmhouse, Chuck returned to the village and registered at the village inn. The hours that followed dragged interminably, and the hatred that Chuck felt for Steve Martin grew with each passing hour. In the evening, Felix drove into the village and reported that nothing new had occurred. 4 more fruitless days went by. Chuck Williams was unable to contain his fury any longer. He got into his car and drove to within a half-mile of the farmhouse, then walked the rest of the way to where Felix and his men were hidden on the hill.
Boss, what are you doing here?
I got tired of waiting.
You better get down, boss, or Steve Martin's liable to spot you.
Forget that. We're through playing a waiting game. We're going to move in on him.
Move in on him?
Yeah. Maybe after a light workout, my pal Steve will be willing to tell me where he stashed the dough.
That sounds more like it. I never did go for this cat and mouse game.
Before we're through with him, he'll be begging to tell us what he knows. Hello, Steve. Got lonesome for you. Decided to pay you a call.
I thought you'd get around to it sooner or later.
You don't sound very glad to see me. That's a fine way to act towards a pal who was your host for the last 3 weeks. Didn't I treat you right?
Yeah. That's what made me figure I hadn't seen the last of you. What do you want?
I'll give you one guess.
I haven't got it.
I know you haven't, but you know where it is.
So what? That money belongs to me, not you.
That's where you're wrong, pal. That dough belongs to the guy strong enough to get it. That's me.
Okay, then you go ahead and get it.
Should I let him have it, boss?
That's not up to me, Felix. That's up to Steve. Well, pal, you gonna dig up that dough for me?
No.
You're not as smart as you used to be. You know I'll get what I want in the end.
I wouldn't count on it.
Okay, Felix. I guess it's up to you and Slim now.
Don't talk. Won't you, pal? That's it, pal. Try getting on your feet. Here, let me help you.
How is he, Felix?
It's out cold, boss.
He always did have a stubborn streak. You think in his condition he couldn't take all that punishment.
We give him any more, he's liable to kick off.
Sure?
Yeah. He's already got a couple of busted ribs, and that beating around the head didn't help him.
We gotta make him talk. We gotta.
You have to figure out some other way.
Throw some water in his face.
Okay. Let's come to, boss.
Prop him up in a chair.
Come on, you. There.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Felix here wants to try the water treatment.
Water treatment?
Yeah. Now, why don't you play it smart and tell me where you hid that dough? Won't talk, huh? Okay, Felix.
Wait, I'll talk.
Well, it's more like it. Where is it?
You could never find it alone. I'll have to take you to it. Just you and me.
What's the matter with Felix coming along?
Just you and me.
Okay, pal, okay. Only I'm wondering if you're in condition to make it. Hey, Felix.
Yeah, boss.
Give him a few drinks, try to fix him up.
Right.
As soon as you've done that, Steve and me will be on our way.
An hour later, Steve, with the assistance of Felix, tottered to Chuck Williams' car and got in the front seat. Chuck slid behind the wheel and started the motor. As he drove off, he waved to Felix triumphantly. In a few minutes, the farmhouse had faded from view. Steve, huddled in a corner of the front seat, fought to keep from crying out every time the car hit a rut in the road. Now and then, he opened his pain-filled eyes to look out the window. Chuck watched him with satisfaction as he drove.
How much farther is it?
You drive about 5 miles until you reach a small gravel road where you'll see a big sign saying the Devil's Caverns. You turn right there and go 2 miles.
The Devil's Caverns? What are they?
They're a big tourist attraction in these parts during the summer. Hundreds of huge underground caverns that run for miles in all directions.
You mean that's where you stashed the dough?
Yeah. The best place in the world.
How do you know you'll be able to find it again?
I know every inch of the caverns. When I was a kid, my old man worked as a tourist guide there. I learned my way around from him.
Okay. But you better find that, though. I'm warning you.
I'll find it. Now, you should be reaching the gravel road in a couple of minutes. Turn right, then it's 2 miles to the Devil's Caverns. This is it. Park the car in that shed over there.
Place sure looks deserted.
Well, no one ever comes here till June.
Is that the entrance to the cabin? That door set in the rock?
Yeah. You'll have to shoot the lock off the door.
Is this okay?
Yeah. No one will ever be able to spot the car here.
But you said no one comes here until June.
No one does. Why take chances? We'll need a flashlight.
I got one. Come out this way. And if you're thinking of any tricks, don't. Remember, I got this gun, and you're in no condition to try anything.
Yeah, you saw to that.
How come you didn't hide out here when the cops were after you?
Well, there wasn't any place to hide the car. Shed wasn't here 17 years ago.
Tough. Never saw such a lonely-looking place.
Yeah. Well, you ought to be able to blow this padlock off with one shot.
You better stand over there. Yeah, that does it. How much further is it? Seems like we've been walking an hour already.
Right up ahead.
Sure you can find your way out again? All these cabins look alike to me.
Yeah, I know the way out.
Sure it's damp in here. Hey, what was that?
Oh, probably just a rat running past you. Place is full of them.
Seems to me it's taking a long time to find that place where you hid the dough. If you're trying anything,
Here's where it is. I'll hold the flashlight a little higher. That's it. I hid the suitcase behind this rock.
Got it?
Down that chest. Here it is.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, all right. I can still recognize you. Open it up.
Well, there's the dough.
Yeah. Still in the bank rafters. Look at it. Over $250,000. What's so funny? Answer me.
So you're the guy who always gets what he goes after in the end, huh?
Yeah, now I got the dough. And I'm asking you again, what's so funny?
Look at the money. Go ahead, look at it.
I'm looking. What about it?
Yeah, you're looking, mastermind, but you don't see. All those bills are goldbacks.
Goldbacks?
Yeah, that's right. In 1933, the government called in all goldbacks. That's how the kidnapper Bruno Hauptmann got caught, trying to pass goldbacks after the government had called him in.
You mean that dough is no good?
That's just what I mean. You try passing any of that dough and you'll end up doing time.
And you've known all along that dough was no good?
Ever since 1933. Knowing it was worthless, I never intended coming here for it. But you made me.
I ought to let you have it, you rat, for leading me on like this.
Well, why don't you?
Come on, pick up that suitcase. Let's get out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to tell you, Chuck.
Tell me what?
I'm staying here.
You're staying here?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, look, they've had enough out of you. Start leading the way out.
I guess you didn't understand. I said I'm staying here.
Get going or you'll get it right between the eyes.
That doesn't scare me. You see, Chuck, there was something else I didn't tell you.
Something else?
Yeah. I didn't get out of prison on good behavior. I got out because the doctor said I was going to die in 3 months.
You're going to die? In 3 months?
Yeah, that's right. I thought I'd die peacefully on my farm. Only you wouldn't let me do that. So I've decided to die here. With you, as company.
Steve, you can't do that. Can't do that, Steve. You gotta get me out of here. You gotta.
I don't have to do anything I don't want to.
But get me out of here, Steve. I'll make it worth your while. I got dough. I got lots of dough.
It's too bad you won't be able to take it with you.
Steve, I'll give you 100 G's. 200 G's if you get me out of here.
It's not going to be tough for me to die, because I only got 3 months anyway. But I'm going to enjoy watching you. You're going to get weaker and weaker as you plead with me to lead you out of here. Then you're going to get desperate and try to find a way out by yourself. But you'll never make it. You'll go wandering from one cabin to another, and then in the end you'll probably wander back here to find me dead. And your flashlight's going to go out. You'll be all alone in the dark with the rats in the back.
Oh, stop it! Stop it or I'll shoot!
And then you go weaker, the rats are going to close in on you before you know it.
Steve. Steve. I didn't mean it. Well, you made me.
Steve, say something. Gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. Help! 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 This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What happened to Chuck Williams? Oh, the poor fellow was found dead a month later when the cabins were open for the summer tourist trade. Seems Chuck had wandered from cabin to cabin without being able to find his way out. Evidently, he'd gone mad in his last hours, for he was found with his pockets stuffed full of bills. Gold racks. Now, I recall another case in which two ghosts came face to face, only to discover that... Oh, you have to get off now. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's story, all characters were fictional, and any resemblance to the name of an actual person, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast were Maurice Tarplin, Joe Julian, Art Carney, Elspeth Eric, and Alan Manson. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Writes a Letter.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the mysterious traveler. Don't miss the chilling tale titled 7 Casks of Death, written by Maurice Tarplin, your mysterious traveler, which appears in the current issue of Dime Mystery Magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. This program has come to you from New York. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Safe. Nobody saw me. Now for the change. The transformation into Henry Jekyll, and so goodbye to Hyde for all time, yes. Yes, that's certain. The Seamy's work makes him impossible. Hyde is now a murderer. The gallows wait for him. The gallows. What was it that old woman said so long ago?
Oh, what does it matter? She was wrong. She never dreamt of such an alibi as mine. In another few minutes, I'll be the quiet, scholarly doctor, trimming the midnight lamp in his study, and Edward Hyde will have passed away like the stain of breath upon a mirror. And here's the draught. The last I'll ever drink. Look at your reflection in the mirror. Fill your eyes with the sight of the creature of your own conjuring. It served you well. What crimes, what horrible delights he's known, and now the supreme experience of murder. To kill, to crush, to grind beneath one's heel. Madness, ecstasy, the power to take away another's life. That's to be a god. Edward Hyde, I pledge you, the only creature who has ever walked this earth and been pure, unalloyed evil. And now, oh God. Oh God, have pity on me. What have I done? What have I done? Don't let me remember. Don't let me remember. Let me forget the damned horrors of this night. Her father. Margaret's father. Oh, no, it's not possible. I could never have been guilty, no matter how much I might hate him. I'll go to his place. I'll find it isn't true. What's this? Why, it's blood. There's blood on my hands, on my clothes, my boots. Heaven pity me. It must be true.
Who's there?
Eddie Wilson.
For goodness sake, you're what's the matter?
Dr. Daniel, excuse me. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it.
Come inside. Calm yourself. What are you talking about?
The old man, Mr. Utterson.
For pity's sake, what's this you're saying?
He killed him. Beat him to death when he
Stop that crying and tell me properly. You don't know what you're saying.
I do. He shut him in the room. I was upstairs and I heard it all. He killed him, I tell you. He's there lying in the house now.
Heavens.
I fainted. When I come round, there was no one there but myself and the old man lying where he left him.
But who did it? Who?
Oh, Hyde, of course.
Hyde. Then he came back.
He came back this evening while the old man was talking to me. As soon as he saw him, I think he made up his mind to kill him. I saw the look on his face.
Come along. He mightn't be dead.
Oh, yes, he is. I can tell you that.
Then he must get the police.
The police?
Oh, Lord, I forgot about you.
Oh, I guess it's all up with me. Well, I won't put you away if I can help it.
It's all up with both of us, Hetty. And Henry, too. Everything is going to come out now.
What'll that mean to you?
Quite a bit of bother, I suppose. Oh, well, never mind about that now. Compared to what's happened tonight, that seems nothing.
Oh, but it is. It might be the end of you and Henry, mightn't it?
The end of quite a few things, I'm afraid.
But if I don't tell, they'll never know.
Hetty, my dear, by the time the police have finished questioning us, there'll be nothing that they don't know.
But suppose I'm not there for them to question.
There's not a corner deep enough or dark enough in the whole of England for you to hide in.
Oh, yes, there is. I know one.
Then you'd better get into it right away. Because this murder will raise a hue and cry that'll ring from one end of the country to the other.
England standard! All
Margaret, my dear. Oh, my poor darling, what can I do for you?
Find me the fiend who killed him.
He'll be found, never fear. The police have got a perfect description of him.
Yes, but where is he? No one has seen him since he disappeared out of the house.
He'll never get away. There's not a train or boat in England that isn't being watched, and the whole country's being combed for him. He can't hide himself for long. He's too hideous, too unmistakable.
John, I can't believe it's true. Why should he want to do it? Daddy hadn't even seen him. He went down to that house to try and get him to sell it to someone. What made him do it?
Hush, darling. Don't think of those things.
I can't stop thinking. Oh, if only my brain would stop.
You need a sedative. Haven't you had a doctor?
Yes. Hugh Lanyon came along a while ago. He wrote me out a prescription.
What about Henry? Hasn't he been? Why isn't he here with you now?
Henry's ill. Very ill. He came along this morning, but he had to go away.
You? What's the matter with him?
I don't know, but he looked terrible. He just sat with his head in his hands and shook from head to foot.
Was he so devoted to your father?
No, not really. But there are things about Henry that make him different from other people. I never realized it so much as today. He looked just like death.
Why should he look like death? It's your father who has been killed. Why isn't he with you? Doesn't he realize that you need him as never before?
Oh, please, John.
I'm sorry, dear, but I just can't understand him. Forgive me if I've hurt you.
You haven't.
Then may I stay with you, or would you rather I went?
I'd like you to stay. I can't bear to be alone. I keep seeing awful pictures and hearing sounds.
Darling. Here, let me sit beside you. Forget who I am. Just feel that I'm someone who loves you and wants to help. Who'd do anything on earth to comfort you.
And you do. I'm so glad of you, John. I never felt so terribly alone in all my life.
You'll never be alone, not as long as I'm alive to be with you, darling. And Mother and Father are coming up to London tonight. They want you to come back to Devonshire with them and stay just as long as you like.
Perhaps I will, John. I don't know what I'll do just yet. Everything's so confused. So terribly unreal. I can't believe that it's true that I'll never see him again. Oh, Daddy. My dearest Daddy. How can I go on without you?
Henry. Good Lord, Henry, what's the matter with you?
I'm feeling rather under the weather. Come in.
I can say you do. You look as though you want to be in bed.
This dreadful business has shocked me terribly. Terribly. Shocked me terribly.
I should rather say it has. Apart from everything else, do you realize that our share in Hetty's evasion of the police is bound to come out?
Yes, I've thought of that. In the past few hours, I've thought of everything. And I can honestly say that hell need have no fears for me after this.
Say, that's going a bit to extremes. Hetty swears she'll tell them nothing. She's a good little thing, you know. Despite all she says, I believe she's really fond of you.
Oh, please don't. My whole life has been passing in front of my eyes while I've been sitting here. And the part concerned with Hetty is one of the things I've found hardest to look at.
Well, we're both of us in danger of getting into a pretty mess. She's the only one who can help us to keep out of it. She stays quiet. No one else is going to suspect that we've ever had anything to do with her. I wish as much could be said about your association with Hyde.
Don't have any fears about Hyde. He'll never be seen again, that I can promise you.
Henry, you're not mad enough to be hiding him.
Hugh, I swear to God I never set eyes on him again. I give you my word of honor that I've done with him. It's all at an end.
Can you get rid of him so easily?
I told you once before it was in my power to dismiss him at any time I liked. I assure you I've done so.
Look, there's one thing I've always wanted to ask you. Don't think I'm poking my nose into your private affairs.
No, go ahead.
About that will you made, leaving your money to Hyde in case of your death or disappearance.
Well, what about it?
It was Hyde who dictated those terms, particularly the disappearance clause, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I knew it. He meant to murder you, Henry. You've had a lucky escape, if you ask me, though it took poor Utterson's death to do it.
I've had more than that. I've had a lesson. Oh, what a lesson I've had.
Look here, you want a pretty stiff pick-me-up. What drug have you got in these cupboards of yours? Better let me fix you up something.
What's that? Dr. Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll.
Yes, what's the matter, fool?
There's two men from the police here waiting to see you, sir.
The police?
Yes, what shall I tell them, sir?
Where are they?
They're here with me now.
Well, what do you want?
Well, we're sorry to trouble you, sir, but we were told Dr. Hugh Lanyon is here.
That's right. I'm Dr. Lanyon.
Well, we'd like you to come along with us, Doctor, and identify the body of a young woman.
A young woman? Who is she?
Name of Eddie Wilson, sir. She committed suicide about half an hour ago.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. The passing of years has left a glow of romance about the days of the Spanish Main, but most pirates were little more than murdering wretches with a flair for the colorful. Blackbeard the pirate was an exception in one way. He left behind him an unsolved mystery when he buried a treasure chest at Plum Point in 1716. The scene is a well-known publisher's home in New England. A group of the publisher's friends have just returned from the golf course, and laughing over a remark made by one of the party, they seat themselves on the veranda and await the refreshments they know will be served.
Right in line with what you were saying, I saw in the papers the other day that the ghosts of Plum Point had been seen again.
Why will papers use up space publishing such nonsense?
Well, ghosts make news, and quite a number of people have seen that particular ghost. And certainly if anyone had a right to come back and haunt Plum Point, Prudence Luttrell assuredly had. You mean that you know about this ghost? I not only know about the ghost, but I know the whole story. And I can assure you that no writer of lurid and bloodthirsty fiction ever devised anything more bloody than the story of Blackbeard the pirate. Good. After losing that game on the 18th hole, I'm in the mood for a pirate story. Well, it seems that Blackbeard was born in England, and that even in his early days he was headed toward the gallows. One of his names was Teach. At least that was the name he used when he got married. And if such abductions can be called marriage, Teach or Blackbeard was married some 18 times. And it was one of his wives, Prudence Luttrell, who provides us with a mystery which for over 200 years has been unsolved. Our story opens at a time when Blackbeard was thoroughly established as a successful pirate. His name was hated and feared from the Isles of Shoals to Trinidad. In spite of his piracy, he was practically immune from capture because he had as his ally and friend Governor Eden of North Carolina. And one afternoon in Governor Eden's house, he and his men divide their plunder. Hold hard there, my hearties. This is the governor's.
There you are, Governor. Worth half a sack of Spanish gold anytime. And this long tom was for you. You think that'll make up for the arm you lost?
Aye, Blackbeard, and that it will. I can buy myself a tidy little place and live the life of an honest man.
An honest man? Now, my heart is. Now, that's all divided. Anybody not satisfied? No? And everything's all right. Get back to the Revenge and be ready to sail with the tide. Red O'Neill, close that door and come here. Aye, sir. Long Tom would be wasted as an honest man, Red.
Aye.
And with one hand, he's not much of a pirate.
Not much.
That's a lot of treasure to be wasted on a useless man, Red.
Aye, that it is.
Take care of it, Red.
That I will, sir.
Now, Governor, what about your little job? You found me a wife?
I think so.
You think so, and me sailing with the tide? You'd better make sure good and fast, sir.
What's that?
That? That's Red O'Neill getting rid of a one-handed pirate who wanted to be an honest man. That's what happens to men no longer useful to me. Well, will my future wife be waiting for me tonight, ready to sail?
Yes. I'll see that everything is ready.
Oh, yes. What's her name?
Prudence Luttrell.
Prudence. Prudence. There's a name for a pirate's wife. Prudence. How old is she?
16.
I'll see that everything's ready then by dusk. And remember what happens to them that are no longer useful to me.
Stay tuned. More of our story is coming up after this short break. And now let's return to our Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
Dusk. And in a little cottage hard by the waterfront, Prudence Luttrell, pretty, dark-eyed, sits on a stool before the fire while her mother makes preparations for the wedding.
But I'm afraid of him, Mother. I've heard much of his piracies and his many wives who've all disappeared. And why should I have anything to do with him?
Oh, you're young and full of notions. You're afraid of a husband, and that's the measure of your worry. This day next year, you'll laugh at yourself for your fears. The captain's a fine man. Think, will ye? Would he be a friend of the governor's if he were a pirate?
I know what I've heard, Mother. They do say that Governor Eden and his secretary Knight share the loot Captain Teach brings in from the
The door bursts open. In stalks the governor, followed by Blackbeard and his crew of cutthroats. Prudence runs for the door. Blackbeard's arm shoots out, and the terrified girl is swept back into the center of the room. In rapid, horse-drunken speech, the governor reads the wedding ceremony, himself reading the responses that the shocked and trembling girl could not utter if she would.
Enough of this. The tide won't wait for wedding vows. Red.
Aye, sir.
Look to the men, and I'll take care of the wench. To the boat, my hearters, and so to sea.
All right. Up the anchor. There's another big man's chest. Been a year since we touched this part of the coast.
Not since the captain got married.
Aye, Blackbeard's kept this one longer than most.
I don't like hugging this coast so close as this. We could rip the bottom out of the ship and found her before we knew it.
There's a
Red. Quartermaster.
Aye, Captain.
We're going ashore.
What's that?
We're taking a little treasure chest ashore. Something just for us. Something we're not going to divide with the others. Now, place the chest in the longboat, cover it up, and we'll drop anchor and row ashore.
Where's the chest?
On the top of my cabin table.
In a few moments, the chest is in the longboat. Tackles creak and ropes sing as the longboat is lowered into the swell. The incoming tide brings the longboat high on the beach. And on Plum Point, Blackbeard shows his men where he wants the treasure buried. Dawn finds them finished.
That'll do, my hearties.
This chest will never be found. Who'd think of looking here?
Good job, I'd say. Right. Now back to the boat. Lead on, Red.
Guess we won't need the lantern now.
No, you won't need the lantern now.
Easy there, Captain. That's no way to do things.
And Blackbeard, the only witnesses to his treasure trove shot down in cold blood, walks back to the boat alone. Before Blackbeard could return to Plum Point to claim his treasure, his days of piracy came to an end, and he was cut down on the deck of his own ship. But perhaps Blackbeard had no intention of returning for that particular treasure chest. Why? In just a moment you will hear a solution as to what it contained when it was discovered 200 years later. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. Once again, we're on the veranda of the New England publisher's home.
Well, that certainly was a swashbuckling story. Not only a story, the whole thing is true.
How do you know?
Well, there's no doubt about Blackbeard's activities. I've checked on them in works by Driscoll, Stockton, Howard Pyle. Oh, he lived all right.
And what about his wife, Prudence?
Well, the last scene I heard of her was one day when Blackbeard came out of his cabin with a knife gash running from his shoulder to the middle of his chest. She did that.
Well, and what about the treasure? Was that true?
Yes. For years, people along the coast and from quite a distance, too, came searching for that treasure. But for 200 years, no one found a trace of it.
You said for 200 years?
Yes. It was Christmas Day, 1928. Still dark in the early morning, when two trappers, on their way to examine some traps they had set, discovered an open hole, a brick-and-mortar-lined hole which bore the unmistakable signs of having had a treasure chest removed from it. The mortar still showed the marks of the hasps, the iron bands of the chest. Blackbeard's treasure had been found.
But if that was in 1928, why didn't we hear something about it?
I can tell you. I can see these men, the men who were searching for that treasure. I can see them there in the dim light of a flickering lantern, digging, digging, digging.
You hit something? I know it sounded like metal. I think that I can get it out now. You take the other end. All right. Let's heave. Now, let me get my hand here. There, up. All right. All right, slide it onto the plank. There, will we try to open it here?
Sure. Knock the lock off with a spade.
All right. Now then, come on, open her up.
But instead of gold glinting in Blackbeard's treasure chest, the horror-stricken men find themselves gazing on a skeleton. The 200-year-old skeleton of Prudence Luttrell, Blackbeard's girl wife.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Going, Going, Gone, a suspense play starring Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard.
Sold for $12. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next item is very special and not in your catalog. Drag it out, boys, and be careful. It may be valuable.
A very exciting buy, folks. Very exciting.
A trunk, ladies and gentlemen, a trunk. Contents unknown. Thank you, boys. It's an old trunk, folks. A mysteriously sealed old trunk. We are ordered by telegram to sell it at auction this evening unopened. Now, who'll stop the bidding?
Wally.
Yes, dear.
I'm going to bid on it.
Oh, Jen, be sensible, will you? We've already bought a lamp, 2 chairs, and another original Venus de Milo statue. What do we want with an old trunk?
I won't go over $10, Wally.
$10? I should hope not.
Oh, please, honey, it's got such lovely old things. Please.
It's a very good buy, lady.
$2.
Mr. Merton, I have $2 here.
Ridiculous.
It's only $2.
Do I hear 3? 3. Do I hear 3? $2.50. $2.50.
3.
$3 here, Mr. Merton.
3. Do I hear more? 3 going once. 3 going twice. Going for the third and last time at 3. All done.
Now, let me through, please. Let me through.
Sold to the lady for $3.
Congratulations, lady. A very good buy.
Wally, I got it.
Please. I raised the bid. 100. I'll give $100.
Sorry, friend, you're too late.
But I must have the trunk. $200.
Sorry, friend, I told you I sold it to this lady for $3.
The little man who came in at the last minute and bid $200 for that old trunk didn't fool me for a minute. They'll do anything at those auctions to make people spend money on junk. But they didn't fool me. We got it for $3. Well, later we went around to the back to pick up our stuff.
Yes, that's ours. The statue, too, in the trunk.
Right here, lady.
Well, that's not the same trunk. It's newer.
It's the same one, lady.
No. The one you sold me was lovely and old.
Look, the one you sold my wife had stains on it, and we want the one with the stains.
That's right. I want what I bought.
But I tell you, lady, we use the old one for a come-on. Take this. It'll make you happy.
No, we want the one you sold us.
Oh. Okay. Okay, sure. I'll get it. I'll be right back.
Honestly, Jan, sometimes I wonder about you.
Oh, you do? Well, let me tell you something. That old trunk's got something in it. I know.
You know.
What about that funny little man who came in late and bid $200? I'll bet he made them offer us that other trunk just now.
Well, honey, that's part of the act. They want to make people figure it's valuable. Next Sunday, they'll have 50 old trunks to sell.
All right, you wait. You'll see. You just wait.
Well, we got our old trunk, paid for it, and carted it home. It sat in the middle of the living room. Big, old, and dirty with a lot of funny-looking stains. Jan was like a kid with a new doll.
What do you think's in it, Wall?
The thing, maybe? No, I don't know.
It could be anything, couldn't it?
Sure, anything.
It's something like Christmas, you know?
Are we going to stand here and talk about it? Let's open it and get it over.
No, wait, not for a minute. I just want to look. Why do you suppose that little man wanted it so badly? It can't be the same as the other trunks they got.
Jan, I thought you had more sense. Do you honestly think they'd sell us something for $3 if they didn't open it first to find out what's in it?
It's heavy.
It's filled with old clothes, roller skates, blunt instruments, that's all.
Wall. Guess what's in it?
Now, look, this doesn't make any sense. Let's open it.
No, it's more fun if we guess. You guess first.
Oh, let's see. An old trunk. Pretty big. A lot of peculiar stains. Big enough to put a bot. Will you stop this nonsense? Come on, I'll open it.
Oh, wait. We'll open it together. Oh, the catch is stuck. I can't...
Here, I'll do it. It's stuck. Here, stand back. There. Well, go on, open it. It's yours.
Doesn't it scare you? Just a bit?
Scare me? Kidding? There. Now, are you satisfied?
Wally, I'm sorry.
Look, nothing but a mess of old rags and papers. $3, 3 hard-earned dollars for a pile of newspapers. Hey.
Wally.
Hey.
Whoa, look. Diamonds. Gold, rubies. Wally.
It's a fake. Must be. These aren't real. They look real.
I'm scared.
Well, there's nothing to be scared about anymore. Not real? None of it is.
I don't know.
Look, be sensible, will you? If this stuff were the real thing, I mean diamonds, pearls, emeralds and all, it'd be worth millions.
If it looks real, I mean it. A woman has a feeling about jewelry. She can tell.
Jewelry. Look, did you ever see a diamond ring this big?
Well, no. But...
All right. Once and for all, I'll prove it to you. You think this is a diamond ring, huh?
Yes, Wally, I think it is.
This is a diamond. Okay. This is a diamond ring. Okay, now watch. Diamonds cut glass, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to scratch it on the window. Maybe this will satisfy you. Okay. There's your...
I told you they're real. We bought a trunk full of jewels. And that little man at the auction must have known about it.
In just a moment, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard in the second act of Going, Going, Gone.
Hello, Harlow. Did you have a good Thanksgiving dinner?
A meticulously made, marvelous meal, Hap, and ignition-engineered, too.
Ignition-engineered dinner?
Sure. It went together perfectly, just like ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs go perfectly with the ignition system of your car for smooth performance.
Who cooked, Harlow?
Why, the same esteemed, enterprising experts who design Autolite spark plugs. Just as they design the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of the complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of America's finest cars. Autolite ignition engineers, of course.
They cooked the turkey.
No, Hap. These Autolite ignition engineers cooked the goose on poor engine performance because they designed spark plugs that are world famous for quality and dependability. Ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
How was the stuffing?
Well, the stuffing was knocked out of my old spark plugs, so my Autolite spark plug dealer replaced them with new ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Now I'm all set to desert.
Mince pie?
No, Hap. Set to desert the garage and send my little lorry leaping along the lane like a lustrous limousine on the loose. So, friends, have your Autolite spark plug dealer replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Either the standard type or the resistor type. See him tomorrow, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Going, Going, Gone, and the performance of Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Well, we sat and looked at the trunk full of jewels. We looked at the cut window. We didn't say anything, we just looked. Then Jan went into the kitchen. When she came back, she had a bottle of beer and 2 glasses. It's a funny thing about Jan. At the drop of a hat, she's got to celebrate. Of course, we had something to celebrate. About $100 million worth.
What are we going to do with it?
I don't know. I want to think.
Maybe we ought to call the police.
Why should we call the police?
Supposing it's all stolen jewels.
Oh, yeah. Hey, the door. Somebody's at the door. Come on, get the rags and paper back in the trunk. We'll put it in the bedroom.
It's probably only Mother.
Or the guy from the auction. Come on, hurry. Why, you push and I'll pull.
Well, I feel as if we've done something wrong.
Gotta be careful. Now, shut the door. Look, if it is your mother, don't say a thing now, please.
All right.
How do you do? My name is Anatole Minchie.
Yes?
You are Mr. Pindell.
Yes, that's right.
You bought a trunk this afternoon at the auction. You see, I arrived too late to buy it myself.
Well, that's too bad.
Too bad, yes. Mr. Pindell, I'll give you $200 for it. Sentimental value, you understand.
I'm very sorry, but we don't care to sell it. Would you mind getting your foot out of the door?
You have opened the trunk? Yes. $50,000 then.
You must be a very sentimental man.
$100,000, Mr. Pindell. My last offer.
We needed a trunk. Good evening.
I must warn you, the consequences will be upon your own head. This is your last chance. Think carefully.
Good evening.
Mr. Pindell, you're making a mistake. Please, I beg of you. Please, take my offer.
I heard it, Wally. What are we going to do?
I don't know. It was that same little fella.
He's still there. I'm scared. Well, I'll call the police.
Now, Jan.
I mean, if he might have a gun.
That little guy with a gun? Well, all right, maybe it'd be better.
Tomato aspic first. Please. Please.
Hello?
Please. I'm using the phone. Do you mind getting off?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the matter?
Party line. What does that woman talk about all day long?
Maybe you better drive down to the police.
Wait a minute. Maybe he's gone. Nobody out there. He's gone.
Well, what are we going to do?
What do you mean? We bought the trunk. What's in it is ours.
That isn't right, Wally. We'll get into trouble.
What's the matter with you? Do you want us to live on my salary for the rest of our lives? We can retire, go to Florida, even Paris, anywhere. Buy a big car, a yacht, anything.
I want all those things, too, but I'm scared. That man at the door, he might be a gangster. Or a foreign jewel thief.
Oh, for goodness.
Suppose he's got other men with him.
Now, I'll try the police again.
Chestnuts, it's the only stuffing I use. Of course, some people like oysters.
Hello.
Will you please hang up? I'm using the phone.
This is an emergency.
Nervous. Some people honestly lose the time, so I try to get the use of this phone for just 5 minutes.
I am trying to call the police.
Any excuse. The rudest people. What was I saying, dear? Oh, yes, oyster stuffing. Well...
She won't get off.
Well, she's got to. Let me try once.
No, wait. Maybe it's fate. Maybe we're not supposed to.
Fate? You listen to me, Wally.
I don't see why you're making such a fuss. We're safe enough. I'm not afraid of...
Wally.
Yes, I heard it.
Don't you dare go.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know, but...
Maybe it's your mother this time. Who is it?
I'll scream out the window for help.
You can't do that. What would the neighbors think? I'm going.
Wally, you be careful. Here, take the poker.
Okay, stay where you are.
Wally, please. Don't open it.
It's all right. Stay in there.
No.
Okay, I've had enough of this.
Autolite is bringing you Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard in Going, Going, Gone. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hap, let's you and I talk turkey.
Oh, I can't, Harlow. I'm too full of it.
I mean, talk turkey about ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, Hap.
Are you sure you're not giving me the bird, Harlow?
No, Hap. So let's get to the meat of the matter. Ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are the spark plugs that are world famous for quality and dependability.
Go on, my roasting rooster.
Okay, and Autolite spark plugs have passed rugged laboratory and field tests of automotive engineers to win selection as original factory equipment on millions of cars, trucks, and tractors. Why, man, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car than Autolite.
That's the crowing I like to hear, Wilcox.
So, friends, have worn-out spark plugs replaced with new ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs and enjoy smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. See your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer. And whether you choose the resistor type or the standard type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard in Elliot Lewis's production of Going, Going, Gone. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Wally, it's that same little man. What's wrong with him? Make him get up.
The door. The door.
Oh, yes, the door.
What happened? Where are you hurt?
I don't know. Been close to me. I've got to tell you.
Yeah? We've got to do something.
No time. No time. They caught me. As I was coming back up here. They'll get you, too.
Oh?
Who? What are you talking about?
They're waiting outside. Later in the night, they'll come. The killers.
Killers? Who are they?
The jewels. Where are they?
Well, they're in the trunk. We put them in the bedroom.
We can't let him die. Call the police, Wally, a doctor, something.
Save this house. Get out. This house. Get out.
Wally?
Yeah, I guess so. Poor little guy.
I'm scared. Wally, what are we going to do?
No. Take it easy. Nobody's going to hurt you.
Everybody swinging.
What? Hello? Hello? Oh, for Pete's sake.
What's the matter?
Well, that old... She left her phone off the hook just for spite. She left it off.
Oh, no.
Hello? Hey, party line. Hey.
Just wait. Next time I'm using the phone and she wants to get a call through, you just wait.
Gotta think.
Couldn't I scream out the window for help?
Sure, and if they're waiting out there, you get killed like him. You gotta think. Wait a minute. Put out the light. I'm gonna peek out.
You stay behind the curtain, Wally. Don't let them see you.
It was getting misty. I couldn't see to the end of the street, but near the lamppost, a couple of houses down, I saw a black car. Big and long. Now, there were only two houses in our street. Mine and a neighbor who wasn't home. And I'd never seen that car before. Thought of what was in the trunk and what was lying right inside the front door. The man doesn't like to show it, but as I looked out, I was scared.
Can you see them?
No, but there's a car down there. He must be in it.
Come away.
No, wait a minute.
What?
Stay back. I can see lights. They're coming around the corner. Slowing down. She must be drunk. That's Mr. Fling.
Oh, Mr. Fling, he won't be any good. He always comes home drunk on Sunday.
Well, I'm going to try anyway. I just hope he's too drunk to get into the garage. Good, he didn't make it. Now, look, honey, I'm going to open the window and yell. Get down on the floor, they may start shooting.
Oh, Wally.
Mr. Fling! Hey, Mr. Fling!
Well, why don't you shut up? You wake up the baby. Shut up.
Mr. Fling, it's Pindell. Wally Pindell.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we're in trouble, Mr. Fling. You've got to call the police. Tell them to get over here in a hurry.
Sure, okay.
Now, get in your house quick. You're in danger, too.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
He must be fairly sober tonight. He's going to do it.
Oh, gee, if the police can get here in time.
It's funny they didn't try anything.
What are we going to do with him?
Mr. Minchie? I don't know. Better put him in the bedroom, I guess.
On our bed?
Well, honey, he's dead. Poor guy. But you stay here. I'll carry him in.
All right.
I carried him into the bedroom and laid him down. Never touched a dead man before. I'd always thought they'd be cold. He wasn't. Not yet. Then the doorbell rang.
It's them. Stay with me.
Yeah?
Hiya, pal.
Oh, Mr. Fling. Anybody with you?
Well, what have you got, a party? You want us to get a friend?
Okay. No. Come on, quick.
Don't push, don't pull.
I told you to call the police.
Police? Oh, I thought you said please come on up and have a drink. What's the matter? Somebody dead? Oh, hello, honey.
Jan, go make some coffee, will you? Something, anything.
Yes, Wally.
Now, listen. Are you sober enough to listen?
Who's sober?
Oh, now, look. We've got to get the police.
All right, let me out.
Some men are outside, and they're trying to kill us all. They've already killed one man.
Yeah, who?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Now, listen, we can't use our phones, so we've got to get to another one.
Oh, no. I know these wild parties. Get on my phone and call some dame in Paris, France. Oh, no.
If you weren't so drunk, I'd... Now, come on.
Hey, that hurts. Hey.
Jan!
What?
No, he's no help. He's too drunk. Now, listen, I'm going to make a run for it.
You can't go outside. They'll shoot.
Well, we're not going to stay here, that's for sure.
Where's that drink?
Wally, where are you going?
I'm going to take another look out the window.
Okay. I'd like to bet some party.
Car's still there.
Good evening, sir. Oh, no, don't get up.
Can't see if anybody's in it. Well, I've got to take the chance.
Where do you go?
Well, there's no good trying to get to Fling's house. They'd see us. I'll try the back way. If I can get to the garage, I might be able to make it to the police in the car.
What about him? I don't want to stay here alone with him.
Well, okay, you come with me. We went out the back door. Everything was quiet, even quieter than usual because of the fog. I knew we couldn't be seen from the street. If we were quiet... It's all right. A place to leave a garbage pail.
Can you see anything?
No. I'll open the door.
All right. Oh, I told you to oil it. Have you got the key?
No, you've got it.
No, I haven't. You drove this afternoon.
I gave them to you.
You did not.
Oh, left them in the ignition. Get in.
Wally, they must have heard the noise. What if they... Oh.
When I get out of the garage, you duck down. If they try to stop us, I'll run them down.
Oh, it's so loud.
It's all right. Hold on.
Guns out, boys. Oh, Mr. Pindell, where's the black car?
Oh, it's right over there across the street.
Well, it's gone. Hey, maybe that... Jan, you stay here.
Oh, it looks bad. The door's open. You wait, Mr. Pindell. We'll go in first.
Wally?
I don't know yet.
You guys search the back?
Okay, Sarge. Mr. Pindell.
Yes, I'm coming.
Who's this?
Oh, this is my neighbor, Mr. Fling. He's drunk.
Yeah. Where'd you say the body was? And the trunk?
Well, in here, but... Well, he's gone. They must have taken him away. But the trunk is here, look.
Yeah.
The jewels, they're not here. Mr. Minchie, he was there. Now, listen, don't look at me like that. I tell you, there was a trunk full of jewels. And Mr. Minchie, Jan, come in here and tell him, will you? Jan. Well, that was about it. The same trunk was there, empty. Wasn't a mark on the bed, and the dead body was gone. We managed to wake up Mr. Fling, but he couldn't remember anything except he wanted another drink. Police were pretty mad, but I guess Jan convinced them we hadn't been kidding. Anyway, we gave him coffee, and that was that. Well, there isn't much more to it, except that about 2 months later, Jan and I were having breakfast one Saturday when the mail came. Honey, do we know anybody in Mexico?
I don't think so. More coffee?
Yeah. Look, it's from Mexico.
I know, dear. You said so.
Mr. and Mrs. Wallace Pindell.
Who's it from, dear?
Well, Jan, there's some money in it. 2 $100 bills.
Let me see. What does the letter say?
Dear folks, I am sorry for the inconvenience I caused you, but it was my trunk and my jewels, and I had to get it back, so I know you'll excuse the little trick I played on you. For reasons best known to myself, I put all the jewelry in the trunk and by telegram ordered the sealed trunk to be sold at auction. Unfortunately, you beat me to it. Enclosed is a token of my appreciation. Sincerely, Anatole Ninchi.
Then he wasn't dead.
Probably not.
Well, we better tell the police.
Why?
Well, all those jewels, suppose they were stolen.
He says right here that they're his. Who'd steal a trunk full of jewels?
I know.
Well, let's forget the whole thing. Pretend it never happened. But every once in a while, we're reminded of it. There's a diamond ring about as big as a $50. See, I put it in my pocket after I cut the glass out of our window. Jen used to wear it to parties, but not anymore. She thinks it looks too much like a fake.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's stars, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard.
What's that, Harlow? A turkey that got away?
No, Hap, that's a car gobbling up gas because of worn-out spark plugs that ought to be replaced with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And you know, friends, Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on leading makes of America's finest cars. Wire and cable, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, voltage regulators. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly as part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. Van Heflin as star of The 13th Apostle. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Alan Ladd, Dennis Day, and Cornell Wilde, all appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Going, Going, Gone was written for Suspense by Anthony Ellis. Ozzie and Harriet appear through the courtesy of H.J. Hines Company and may be heard every Friday in The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Van Heflin in The 13th Apostle. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you The Lady in the Red Hat, a suspense play starring Mr. Van Heflin.
Well, the way the woman was killed last night proves he's right. What's the point of suppressing the articles? Is there any doubt in your mind that this new murder was committed by the Avenger? No, mine either. So what? All right. Okay, Chief. Oh, hello, Mitch.
Who's that, Chief Naylor?
Yeah, they want us to stop those articles you're writing.
Oh? What's the matter?
Well, it's not so much the Avenger as the way you keep harping on those theories you've got about him.
Well, I think I'm right.
Look, you've got everyone in the city scared to death.
That's why he wants you to lay off.
5 women have been murdered in 3 months, and they were all wearing red in their clothes. I'd say that means something, and they want me to lay off.
Look, this isn't me. We hired you to do a feature column in the Sunday supplements because you've got a big following. Psychology of murder. It's a great idea, but... Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes?
Mr. Banning, is Mr. Mitchell in there?
Yes?
Will you tell him his housekeeper's on the phone?
All right.
It's urgent.
All right, switch the call in here.
Yes.
Use this phone, Mitch.
Thanks. Hello? Yes, Mrs. White. Oh? Thank you. No, don't worry. That's all right. Yes, I won't be home until after midnight then. Goodbye.
Anything wrong?
I don't know. I'll find out, though. An anonymous note slipped under my door. Somebody wants me to meet the Avenger at midnight.
In just a moment, Mr. Van Heflin in the first act of The Lady in the Red Hat.
Hey, Harlow, you ever play football?
Oh, what a question to ask quarterback Wilcox, spark plug of the squad.
The what?
Spark plug. Why, as quarterback, I gave my boys tremendous enthusiasm. Just as new ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs give a motor with worn-out spark plugs, quick start, smooth performance, gas savings.
Were you world famous?
Well, no, half, but ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are world famous for quality and dependability.
You call the signals too, Harlow?
Of course, and our team clicks perfectly, just like Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that are ignition-engineered to work as a perfect team with your car's ignition system. Autolite spark plugs, you know, have fast, rugged laboratory and field tests to win selection as original factory equipment on millions of cars and trucks. So, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer soon and have worn-out spark plugs replaced with new ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs for smooth performance, quick start, gas savings. And whether you choose the standard type or the resistor type, you can't buy better spark plugs for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the Lady in the Red Hat and the performance of Mr. Van Heflin, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Good evening.
Oh, hi, Miss. Well, I thought you were going to wait downstairs.
Yeah, I was, but Banning wanted to see me. Naylor called in the police department wanted me to stop my articles.
Oh, why?
Well, I'll tell you while we're eating.
Did they say anything about my stuff?
No, yours is straight recording. It's theorized they may object to. Maybe I'm getting too close.
Have you written anything on last night's murder? I'd like to read it.
I won't be writing it now, but if I did, I know what I'd say.
Have you got something new, Miss?
Something new? Maybe. I don't know yet. Meet the Avenger at 12 o'clock. And the Avenger could be anyone. Was she the one? This tall girl with long legs, smart, self-possessed, career woman with fresh-faced innocence. We waited for the elevator. I watched. And she was there with me, a smile on her lips. We went to a place for dinner.
You know, Mitch, I love this place. My favorite hangout after work.
That's why I brought you here. I was beginning to wonder why you've been so quiet. The subdued lights and warmth, is that it?
In a way.
Oh? Something else, too?
Mitch, what do you think about the Avenger?
Oh, I think he's fantastic. Well, look, consider the name she has given himself, the Avenger. He probably wants to purge the world because of its sins.
What about that nonsense about the color red?
Well, that means something. Perhaps a sinful color, the obsession of red as a symbol, as a tie-up.
That makes me a marked woman, doesn't it?
You mean your stock?
Mm-hmm. You gave it to me, remember?
That's right. I might be the man.
Yes? But why couldn't the Avenger be a woman?
She could.
What about Kate last night? The old woman. Why kill her? She wasn't pretty. She was just old.
Rather obvious she worked at the Follies.
But she was only a scrub woman.
But she worked there. Sinful. There you are. She carried a red purse, too.
Listen, I want to tell you something. Something big. Even the editor doesn't know it.
A story?
The story. Oh, can I have another drink?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mario.
I got an anonymous note this morning.
Note? That's
Yes, Mr. Mitchell?
you have to say?
Yes, please.
And you, Mr. Mitchell?
No, nothing, thanks.
Yes, sir.
By the way, when Lieutenant Dow comes in, will you show him over here to this table, please?
Yes, sir.
Bill Dallas? He's on the Avenger case. Look, are you holding out on me?
You were speaking of a note, anonymous. Did it say anything about the Avenger?
Yes, it did. If I wanted important information about the Avenger, I was to go at midnight to the community chapel on 7th. It's such a lonely old building.
Have you got that note with you?
Well, no, I left it at home.
Oh? Did it tell you to sit in the first pew and wait?
You got one, too.
This afternoon, under my door at home, the housekeeper called.
The same thing.
Queer, isn't it?
I wonder...
What?
Oh, this isn't an ordinary tip, Mitch. Don't you see? I've been working on a story for the Standard. You've been doing your series in the magazine section, Psychology of Murder. Now, supposing...
The Avenger sent those notes?
Well?
Bill Dow called me earlier. He wanted to see me.
Oh?
I said that I was taking you out for dinner. I told him to meet us here.
Why?
The lieutenant claims that he received a note, like yours, too. Was she the one? Or was Dow? Millions of people in the city, and the person next to you a killer. You couldn't believe it was someone you knew. Never anyone you knew, but maybe it was. Was that then the ultimate stimulation? Had it come to that? To kill a stranger was not enough. Now seek out the danger, the extreme risk. Because here was emotion of friendship. This was different. And who would it be? The girl on the newspaper? Or the policeman?
Are you being stubborn because you're a policeman or because you're just pig-headed, Lieutenant?
Jeannie, you're a reporter. Too much imagination. I still think it's a crackpot gag.
Then why did you come?
Because Mitch and I have been working on this together. Because we're all friends. I'm not taking any chances. There have been 5 murders already. She makes sense, though, Bill. 3 of us, all vitally interested in the case. It'd be very flattering to him if we turned up at that chapel at midnight.
Well, I'll be there, I can tell you that.
I don't like it. He might be after one of us. Maybe you, Jeannie. Maybe he doesn't like some of the stuff you've been writing. Maybe me. Maybe. Or me. I'm the cop who's chasing him.
Yeah, I don't imagine he's particularly fond of you, Bill.
Why not surround the chapel? No. Mind you, I still think it's a crank note. But if it isn't, this baby's too smart. If he sees anything wrong, he'll get away.
I think Billy wants all the credit for a dramatic capture.
I'd have to share it with Mitch anyway.
And me?
No. You're going home.
That's what you think. I'm on that list. I want to be there when something happens.
We had dinner in that little bar. Somehow, none of us wanted to leave. Outside was the night, cold. Through the window and on the pavement, we could see a cover of snow. Snow, silent and clean. I thought of a knife, flashing, and then the snow, soft, absorbent, no longer white, turning red until it spread over the entire city. The neon sign outside flashed red. 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 And at our table, it was warm and candlelit. Then we were outside and the snow was falling. You know where the chapel is, Bill? Yeah, it's the one on 7th, around the corner from the library. Funny, I must have passed that 100 times. I never noticed it.
Well, most people think it's vacant. It's not. In fact, it's open all night.
Well, how do you know, Jeannie?
Well, I don't know. I guess I heard about it.
Okay. We'll walk.
I always used to like the snow. I look forward to it. I don't like it tonight.
I've never liked it. There's something smothering about this stuff. I was in a blizzard once. What happened? I was lost in the woods up north, nearly froze to death. Snow kept coming down, got my mouth, my nose, my eyes. And after a while, things didn't look white anymore. They were blurred and red. Which frightens you more, fear of being lost or fear of dying? Well, I don't know. Why? Just wondered.
Has anybody got the time?
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. We stood outside the community chapel. It was on a side street. I remember the lamppost with its light, so much brighter than usual. Everything was white, but not beautiful. There was a murderer here. In all of this great city, the murderer stood looking up at a church spire. And who knew it? He went up the broad steps, slowly.
Funny.
What is?
If one of us was killed here.
I'm going to have a look around. Check any side doors. All right. You stay here, huh? Yeah.
The music's nice. There's the organist up there. See him? Why are you looking at me like that?
Was I?
Yes. Why?
Perhaps I was thinking how strange it would be if one of us were the Avenger. Autolite is bringing you Mr. Van Heflin with Joan Banks and Joseph Kearns in The Lady in the Red Hat. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, did you have a good football coach?
The most marvelous mentor going, Hap. He used to say, "Men, be alive, full of pep," just like ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
What a man.
Yeah, he used to say, "Give me teamwork," just like the teamwork of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, with the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts of your car's ignition system. He was right, too, because Autolite spark plugs are the spark plugs designed by Autolite engineers, who design complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of America's finest cars. That's why you can't buy better spark plugs for your car than Autolite.
Swell, Wilcox, swell. But let's get back to the coach.
The coach? Oh, yes. Well, whether you have a coach, sedan, or coupe, let your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the standard type or resistor type, you can be sure you're always right with Autolite. And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Van Heflin in Elliott Lewis's production of The Lady in the Red Hat, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. We stood there in the chapel looking at each other. Now it had started. It had been said aloud.
What if one of us were a killer? Not the ever-present shabby man seen by witnesses loitering on a lonely street, but one of us. If not Jean Grey, would she think it me? Or Bill Dow, a policeman? It was an odd game, a game of fear. Who'll kill Cock Robin? The Avenger. And who'll be Cock Robin?
One of us, the Avenger? Oh, Ned.
It has to be someone.
Well, I believe you're serious.
I am. We've all been on this case since the first step. Perhaps one of us enjoys the publicity, the thrill of killing.
I don't like this place.
Better go home and...
Oh, please.
Jitters, Jean? What did you find, Bill?
One side exit, that's all. We can see it from the front pew.
What's the time?
About 11:15.
Oh, I'm cold. I wonder if we could get some coffee.
I'll get it. You two stay here. How do you like yours?
Oh, black, please.
The same, Bill.
Right. Take it easy, Jeannie. It's not 12 yet.
You want to sit down?
Up in the front? No, not yet.
All right. Here.
Mitch, you aren't serious, were you?
Yes. You read my articles. I've theorized about the Avenger. The analysis could fit any one of us.
Me?
Why not? You're fairly strong. You could have done it.
But the victims have all been women. Why should I kill a woman?
You like excitement, danger. Your favorite color is red. Your scarf, for instance.
Don't.
You're afraid to be touched?
Well, no.
You like men, but you don't like them to touch you. You like me,
That doesn't mean...
I'm right, aren't I? Now, think of the 5 dead women, all of them in some way concerned with what the Avenger considers sinful. It could be you.
Or you. Or Bill.
Dow. I've thought about him. He had a lot of reason to kill. Did you know that he had a wife once who ran away with another man?
No.
Perhaps he doesn't like women very much now. And it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill and get away with it, easier than for most people, because he's a policeman.
And you?
Perhaps I'm in love with a girl that I can never have. Because of that, I hate all women.
Funny, I never thought of you as in love.
Why not?
Because you're so... I don't know.
No. You don't know. We sat alone with the music. It was everywhere in the chapel, solemn, accusing. The thoughts had been spoken. Fear was creating suspicion. And the girl with the red scarf tied about her head, sitting with folded hands beside me, looked in front of her, and her eyes were on the front pew.
Sorry I was so long. Anything happen?
No.
Oh, Jeannie?
Oh, thanks. Seems wrong drinking coffee in a chapel.
Sinful, Jean?
Oh, stop it. That's not what I meant.
Mitch?
Thanks.
What's the time, Bill?
11:30.
Is that all?
Oh, I see our friend at the organ's still there.
Yeah. Funny hour to practice.
Mitch? I heard what you said to Jeannie before. I mean, about one of us being the Avenger. Were you kidding?
No.
It's crazy.
Why? It's got to be somebody. Why not one of us?
Oh, he's got brilliant reasons. Ask him. We all fit.
Not a joke anymore, Mitch.
I know. The trouble with you, Bill, is that you think you have to look for some poor devil frothing at the mouth with his hands covered with blood. Does a murder always look like a comic book conception of a murder?
Cut it out. You're not funny.
I'm not trying to be. I think it more than probable that one of us could be the Avenger. We're normal, moderately attractive people, but one of us thinks differently. Which one?
You're a nut.
Maybe. We drank our coffee. There was an animal awareness now, each of us watching the other, cautious. wondering. We spoke of Christmas, sailing, next year's Dodgers. We spoke of everything but the Avenger. And of 12 o'clock. Hey. What? When did the organist leave?
I don't know.
The light. There's only one up there. He must have turned the others out. It'd be hard to see anybody coming in from the front pew. Well, I'm going to take a look. See if he's still around.
No.
You're not afraid to be alone with me, are you?
Don't be an idiot.
If anyone comes in, stay in the shadows. It's nearly 12. Might as well get in your places. I'll be right back. Yes, we'd better.
Front pew.
Yes, those were the instructions.
It's quiet without music.
Too quiet. It was nice.
There's so many shadows.
Shadows in a chapel? Well, that shouldn't be frightening.
Will Bill be able to see us when he comes back?
I think so.
Do you think it's him?
Do you?
What's the time?
It's about 3 minutes to.
I hope he finds the lights.
I don't mind it. Strange.
What?
When I was very young, I was in a place like this. Very much like this.
Oh?
I was taken every week, and every week there was a woman who sat across the aisle. She was beautiful. I was in love with her. Nobody ever talked to her. My mother hated her, but not my father. Do you know what I found out?
No.
It was after my father left us. He had been in love with that woman all that time. They ran away together.
How terrible.
Yeah, I thought so at the time. What tiny things one remembers. She always wore a red hat. She was beautiful. But she must have been very wicked.
A red hat?
Where I lived, they used to say that it was the shock of his leaving that killed my mother. Poor Jeannie. Give me a hand, Jeannie.
No.
You're cold.
Don't. Please don't.
You're like her. You look like her. You even wear red. Because that's your favorite color.
Nick.
I'm in love with you. And it's so wrong. I've been in love with you ever since I met you. But it's wrong. You're bad. You're like her. Don't scream. Don't.
Mitch, it's all right. I understand.
I'm sorry that music stopped. We've got to have music. There was always the organ playing at home. Come along, Jeannie.
Where are we going?
Upstairs to the organ loft. Now, don't scream, please. Don't say anything. Don't.
I won't, Mitch. You're not well. I'm glad you told me. I love you, too. You must believe me. I love you. Mitch, please.
She was a clever devil, trying to win me over with talk of love. I wasn't going to take any chances with her. We went up the narrow steps to where the organ was. I closed the door behind us. I didn't need my knife. I could smash her with my hands. Smash her. Pound the evil flat. Stamp it out on the floor. The other five were bad. They'd sinned, but she was like that woman at home, the woman in the red hat. I knew what had to be done with her. I'd known that from the day that I'd met her. Tall with long legs, fresh face, masking wickedness.
Nick. Jeannie, where are you?
Please.
Stay down there, Bill. Don't come up. I've got her. You stay there. I found her out. I've known all the time. She's got to die. You know that, Bill. I'm coming up, Nick. It's okay. We'll take her in together. That's why I sent those notes, Bill. I had to trap her. You understand? Sure. I'm right, aren't I? It's dead right, Nick. Open the door. We'll take her in together. Stay out there, Bill. I don't need your help. I can do it.
Mitch, you're sick. But it's all right. I'll make you better because I love you.
You turn this thing on. Must be a switch.
No, don't go near that door, Gene. Mitch, open the door.
Here's one.
Mitch, open it. In a minute. Don't worry, she won't hurt me. Not anymore.
Mitch, please. Whatever I've done to you, I'm sorry.
You're the woman. You're always the woman in red, but not anymore. I'll be all right now. Play. There has to be music. There was music at home. At my mother's funeral. Play.
I can't.
Play it.
I don't know how to.
Play! Louder. Louder, louder! Louder! Drop that knife. Drop it. Bill? Turn it off! The music! Stop it! Stop it! It's killing me! It's killing me.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Van Heflin.
Hey, Wilcox, any standouts on your team?
Why, yes, Hap, more than 400 of them.
400?
Sure, the more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of America's finest cars. Coils, distributors, generators, voltage regulators, starting motors, wire and cable, and electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. Ray Milland as star of After the Movies. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Alan Ladd, Dennis Day, and Cornell Wilde, all appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Lady in the Red Hat was written by Clark Daly and was adapted for Suspense by Anthony Ellis. Van Heflin can soon be seen in Universal International's Technicolor production Tomahawk, co-starring Yvonne DiCarlo.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Ray Milland in After the Movies.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistors for standard-type spark plugs, Autolite faithful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
The familiar kettle bells are starting to ring on the street corners of America. The Salvation Army again appeals for your help. Make this Christmas a merry one for the unfortunate. Contribute to the charitable work of the Salvation Army. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.